If we're ready, I think we have everyone online. Yeah. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Jamie Bova.
Here.
Lynn Underwood Segley.
Here.
Kathryn.
Here.
Justin S. McLaughlin.
Here.
Angela McCalla.
Here.
Jean Marie Napolitano.
Here.
Susan D. Taylor.
Here.
There's a quorum present, Madam Chair.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As we begin, I would like to make a motion that we move item number 4, which is the resolution condemning racist hate speech, to the top of the docket so that we can discuss it ahead of the budget. Given the events of the past few weeks and the influx of emails and public comment that I know all of us have been getting regarding allocation of funding, especially regarding public safety, I think that it's a good opportunity for us to have that discussion in a way that helps people also understand the budget before we discuss the budget and understand the council approach to the budget. So I move that we move item number 4 to the top of the docket.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second by Councilor Taylor. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will do a roll call vote. Councilor Segley?
Aye.
Councilor Leonard?
Nay.
Councilor McCalla?
Aye.
Councilor McLaughlin?
Nay.
Councilor Napolitano? Councilor Napolitano, sorry, you're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Bova? Aye. The motion passes 5-2. So at this time, I make a motion to approve the resolution. And if you give me a moment, I will actually read it. Excuse me, my documents got all mixed up. So I'll read the first whereas for some context, and then the resolved. Whereas on May 19th, 2020, the Newport City Council virtual workshop was interrupted by hate speech and racist slurs written by anonymous participants, some of which was directly addressed to First Ward Councilor Angela McCalla. And the resolved is, now therefore be it resolved that the Newport City Council strongly condemns all hate speech and use of racist slurs, and now therefore be it further resolved that implicit bias training shall be provided to all employees of the City of Newport and to the City Council. So moved.
Councilor Taylor here, I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second, and I'd like to open it up for discussion on the council. And for those of you, I think that, well, I know that for a minute it looked like we had moved into the presentation mode. And if that does happen, you can still pop up the participants panel that allows you to raise your hand. I'll begin talking about it by saying that, we began working on this resolution in response to the council meeting where members of the public used hate speech and racist slurs, and it sort of grew to be larger than that, into a larger statement, especially in light of the rally that was here in Newport this past Saturday. It was a really great rally. I know a lot of the council was there. It was a really moving event, and there was a real tangible energy on Saturday. And I think that this resolution can build on that energy and be, the first step of many that we take and discuss as a council. And, the goal of the implicit bias training is to help us as public officials and as a government and a governmental body to understand where we may have systemic prejudices built in that were not necessarily, doesn't mean they were built in purposefully. And also to help us as both, again, as public officials and as anyone working for the city to work on changing how our future decision-making and take into account implicit and unconscious biases that we may have. And I do think that this is training like this and the conversation surrounding it really can only be successful if we do look at it and approach it as one step of many that we are taking as a city to examine where we're going and how decisions we may have made in the past and official actions we may have made in the past could have had prejudices baked in, and how we can improve on that going forward. Councilor Leonard.
I have read this resolution carefully. It's put forth by 3 city council members. This seems to be part of the civil unrest that our country is facing today. It's symptomatic of greater problems that have risen to the surface with the death of George Floyd. Was his death tragic? Yes. But his death culminated in more civil unrest and protests. I think that underlying his death is pent-up frustration due to the COVID-19, especially in our youth, of many issues: big college loans, housing and economic disparities in the country, job opportunities, and many elements like this. These issues are national. I do not want to see Newport portrayed as yet another ugly place to live because of 2 minutes of moronic behavior during a city council meeting that was a chat line. Newport is not like other parts of the country. We have 17% low-income housing. We're praised by advocates for low-income housing. Newport has a disproportionate number of social services to support our residents and our county too. We have Martin Luther King Center. We have nearby Lucy's Hearth. We have Boys and Girls Club. We have Women's Resource Center. We have Newport County Mental Health, McKinney Shelter, on and on and on. Our educational expenditures per pupil are one of the highest in Rhode Island. My list can go on and on because we have many Newporters who support and help people of all ages. The way to quell civil unrest is that we see this country, in my opinion, not by writing resolutions that create divisiveness in the community. We should all be working towards better communication with each other to start with. We have many generous and kind people in our town who support the residents who are in need. All this divisiveness and name calling has negative effects on our community. People may not be so willing to give if we continue like this. And that would be devastating to everybody because it's a community where we all care about each other. I found this resolution really accusatory to those who live here and work towards helping their fellow citizens. I worked at an inner city school in Connecticut where violence was a very common thing. Gang wars were prevalent. Many teachers burned out quickly. I stayed 25 years because I loved working with high school students. Did I quit because some students called me names or bad things happened, or there was violence all around me? No, I stayed because I believe that communication would bring an end to the violence. I had one student killed in a drive-by shooting 3 feet away from me. I held my hand over his wounds, hoping he'd survive, and the ambulance would come quickly. He died in my arms. I had others killed in the firebombing of a gang clubhouse. I saw much violence and many deaths that many of you have not seen. This was the past, and some things have changed in society, but others have not. I support some language in this resolution, but I cannot support other language. I agree that hate speech against anyone is ugly. I don't care who it's about, it's ugly. I agree that racist slurs are ugly. Protesting and advocating divisiveness can often lead to violence and more ugliness. I don't want to see Newport become the other cities in America. Do I think that mandating bias training is the answer here? Not necessarily. Newport already has bias training for its employees, and the council should not be directing employees. It's not our job. I will do what I've always done. I will work towards better communication with my fellow citizens and council members, which I spend a lot of time doing. I suggest that you who wrote this resolution and others do the same. Our goal should be to make Newport the best place to live, as the major goal of our comprehensive land use plan already states. In my opinion, our goal should be about showing Newport's strengths, working towards better communication, and not bringing attention to ourselves in any way by advocating protests. I just don't believe in it. I don't think it's good to stand before crowds and do that. One major goal should be to provide our students and our residents with a good education, job training skills that will break the cycle of poverty, and it will give people equal opportunities so they can earn a good living, so that people can achieve the American dream. I've lived here for a long time, and I care about the people who live here. I don't condone ugly behavior. I don't care who does it. It's bad behavior. But at the same time, I don't think what's going on here is the answer to how yes, communicate better and work towards a better city.
Is there further discussion on the council?
I guess I have to raise my hand. I don't know how to do that. Yes, I'd like to speak, Madam.
Councillor McLaughlin, and just if you don't have the participants column up,
Yeah,
bringing that up
I
shows you where to raise your hand.
I know where it is. Okay. I've shared with you my concerns about this resolution in an email last night, and I regret that you didn't take an opportunity to reach out to me today to talk about my concerns. I did have an opportunity to talk with Councilor McCullough and made some suggestions about how I might improve the resolution. But ultimately, I think Angela McCullough chose not to embrace those. I really don't care what the optics are. I do care about the process. And you did not reach out to me, and I don't know how you developed this resolution, but the nature of this resolution is such that it should have been done with care and every effort to garner the support of every member of the council for every word that's in it. And you didn't do that. So you're not going to get my vote cheaply. It's got nothing to do with the content of the resolution. I regret terribly that what occurred at our session in May occurred. but this isn't the way to fix it. And until we come up with a process that's going to be more constructive toward dealing with the issues that we're faced, which I have explained in my email to you last night and discussed extensively with Angela today. I'm 76 and I've seen more statements about hate speech and racial slurs, and 2 months later, nothing happens. So I really think we should have a resolution before us tonight that spells out some of what we're going to do, not the promise that we're going to do something later on. And so therefore, I fault you very much for the way you've handled this. And I wish you'd handled it differently, such that you actually could get 7 strong votes from the members of the council.
Is there further discussion? Councillor Stegley. Councillor Stegley, sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm going to start off by saying that, of course, I support the spirit of this resolution, and I made that clear in a statement that I sent to the papers just the other day. And at the time, I have to admit, at the time that we had that Zoom bombing, I didn't realize that there were slurs aimed at one of our colleagues. So I missed that. But at any rate, I just want to say that I agree with the spirit of this, but I cannot endorse us requiring training of city employees. That's not our job. That's against the charter. We should not be doing that. We should be making recommendations for it. And the city manager should be doing that. He runs the staff. So that's where I am on that.
I just want to reply, Councillor Stegley. I do understand where you're coming from on that, and I actually had a lot of back and forth with the city manager on that in terms of how best to talk about it. And I would love to hear, how you would like to, how you would think it would be better worded to have the goal of having our government as a whole be given the tools to be able to understand and look at the biases that we all as a government and as a system, the inherent prejudices that may exist within our systems, and how we can begin moving forward to resolve those prejudices.
Well, I think that we need to make a recommendation to the city manager for that type of training. I just don't think that we can impose it on city employees. That's not our job. Our job is policy, and I think we need to look at various policies that we have that could possibly improve our city, but this particular mandate is not something that is within our purview.
Councillor Napolitano.
Yes, I feel that along with my colleagues, it was basically the last sentence that got me, the implicit bias training provided to all employees of the city. Even if you provide that training, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to change the minds of someone that is truly racist. I think there's a broader question and a broader scope that perhaps we should look at other than just hate speech. There's so many things that we know inherently we could talk about that certainly would provide a lot of direction to people, that would help with the equity that we need to provide. I just really have a problem with the way it was worded. Didn't even until we got the docket. I think it's important with some, particularly with a statement like this, that we're on board with it, that we understand each other and we understand. I don't think there's a person on this council that doesn't believe in the spirit in which it was done. However, I just think that, you know, when it comes to the employees, it's very clear in our charter, you know, that is the manager's job. Our job is to set the policy. If you wanted to have a workshop or something like that, to even cover the broader issues, I think that would be fine. But the discussion has to be had first. I think this came as a surprise on top of everything else. Obviously, everybody was upset with what has gone on in the last 2 weeks, and even the beginning of this, with the death of George Floyd, or Lloyd George. Floyd, sorry. I was so upset by it that I couldn't possibly fathom even the direction of this. I just wanted a broader conversation. And that could be done perhaps in a workshop. But to say that you're going to have training and the council's going to have training, that doesn't necessarily change people's minds, unfortunately. So I do agree with my fellow councilors on this one.
I mean, I do want to say, I don't think that the concept of the implicit bias training is not with the goal of automatically changing people's minds and flipping a switch in a racist's mind and making them not racist. It's about beginning to examine the systems that we have in place as a government and how those systems have racism and prejudices within them, because they were built by people and people have implicit biases within them, and how we can learn from that and begin to do better as we move forward. That's what implicit bias training is about.
You don't think people know what implicit bias training is? I mean, Angela, you can say no, but you know, I just wanted to respond to the, you talked about wanting to change a very racist person's mind. And I wanted to make it clear that this is about understanding and addressing the prejudices that we have within our governmental systems. I still don't understand the purpose of it. What would you do with that information, with the training with employees?
It can help the employees understand how those biases were baked in and how they as employees can just be more educated on it and learn. I think that we as humans can always do better and learn more. It's just something I fundamentally believe. And I also,
it's a much broader question than just implicit bias training. That's all.
And I welcome other suggestions and other trainings and workshops and all. I'm at no point is this resolution submitted and saying, look, we did it, we fixed racism. That's not the goal or the thought behind it. It is much, obviously the conversation needs to be much larger than that. And I welcome other resolutions as well and other workshops and thoughts and everything like that by everyone. You know, this is something that we can only be better by working together on. So I'm not, I don't want to necessarily speak for Councilor McCalla or Councilor Taylor, but we didn't think that this was going to be the silver bullet that fixed everything. Councilor Taylor, and then I can allow others to speak who have already spoken.
Thank you. I thought I was going to be farther down in the line. First of all, I really want to thank Councilor Leonard for sharing personal experiences such as she did. That's profound, and I really appreciate knowing what her experience has been, and I appreciate you sharing that with us, Kate. I also really appreciate your emphasis on communication. I signed on to this resolution because I felt that it was so important that the city say something about what happened on May 19th. it was very unsettling when it occurred, and I actually was not feeling well at all that day and got worse that week, and I didn't do anything about it at the time, and I regret that I didn't. So when this resolution was presented, I did want to sign on. I did add the language in the second paragraph about empathy. That is my deeply held belief that the racism, both conscious and unconscious, and that's really what I believe this resolution is trying to get at, is the implicit bias, the unconscious racism, where just on a daily basis, people who have white privilege make assumptions all day long about how things are going to go for them, and we are unaware often as to how that sense of expectation based on our privileges is baked into every decision that we make. So what I said is that racism reflects a fundamental lack of the empathy that is the true foundation of a just and equal society. And Kate, I agree with you that it's the communication that we want to foster that is going to make slow, consistent, but regular changes in the way that we deal with each other. That's all I have for right now.
Councilor McCalla.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I knew when I decided to run for public office that my race would be an issue. I didn't know how, I didn't know when, but as a woman of color, I don't have the luxury of not thinking about race. My reality is that racist language has been used against me in the past, and it will be used against me in the future. This attack that I faced is what people in our community face every day. There are both implicit and explicit actions that some community members still try to deny or even perpetuate. Through nonviolent protests, the civil rights movements of the 1950s and 60s broke the pattern of public facilities being segregated by race in the South and achieved the most important breakthrough in equal rights legislation for African Americans since the Reconstruction period. Despite these historical efforts, there is still a widespread discrimination in employment and housing. Business owned by people of color are still denied equal access to markets, financing, and capital. Our past informs our present. The history of Newport and the history of slavery are intertwined. A number of recent projects are telling the stories of our true history and have restarted important conversations about our past. I want to thank the Newport's community groups who have been bringing forward these important conversations. These include Newport's Middle Passage Ceremonies and Port Markers Project, Rhode Island Slave History Medallion Project, Sankofa Community Connections, the Kingsmen, and the NAACP. It's troubling to me that some would dismiss the hate speech used during our public meetings without acknowledging and understanding that bias and racism is alive and well in Newport. And while the horrible circumstances around George Floyd's murder in Minneapolis has catalyzed marches and protests around the globe, we cannot ignore the challenges that we face in our own city. The Rhode Island ACLU issued a report in 2014 assessing the racial disparities in arrest data in Rhode Island. They found that in Newport, Black people were 5 times more likely to be arrested. A report from the Rhode Island ACLU in 2015 also found that Black children were more than twice as likely as white children to receive suspensions. Our city is approximately 381 years old. So why are Black people still the cooks, the chefs, the laborers, and the caretakers for both babies and the elderly? Why are there not more of city workers, teachers, cops, and more political figures? All of this needs to be addressed. Do we still think, after all this conversation that we had, that we do not have a problem? When it comes to talking about race, it is often met with hostility, denial, and overall aversion. And while I know discussing these issues can be uncomfortable, it is in the moments of discomfort where we learn and grow. And as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenges and controversy. So where do we go from here? Our past informs our present, but it does not define our future. I think that we have to educate ourselves about our actions, and we have to start at home in order to weed out biases that are both intentional and unintentional. I am looking into places like the ACLU, the NAACP, and other racial equity resources for training. I also recognize that I cannot do this alone. It is not about me and my family, but this is the battle in which we all need to take up. In relation to defunding the police, I have received many emails regarding the budget asking me to defund the police based off of the work being done in Minneapolis. And it's my understanding that Camden, New Jersey has previously taken this action 7 years ago. Minneapolis's City Council has committed to defund their police department. Minneapolis's City Council and activists have been working in their community for years before coming to this community-based demand. As council members, we need to work with the community to understand our unique challenges and come to a solution that works for Newport. And I am committed to do what is necessary for Newport. And I'm asking that folks sit down with us and have real constructive conversations. There needs to be steps and structure. And I want to lastly thank the NAACP for elevating what happened to me. Your letter lifted this to a higher platform and propelled action steps for the greater good. And I want to thank I was going to thank the council, but right now I am absolutely devastated about this. And, you know, the reality with this resolution is that this is the beginning, but not the end of a conversation. And I hope that people can move past petty disagreements and differences to focus on the very real challenges that we face to realize a more just and brighter future for our city. That's it, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilor McCalla. There are a number of councilors who have their hands up, and I'm going to go through and make sure you still want to speak, and then I'm going to open up to the public because we also have had members of the public with their hands up. Councilor Leonard.
I'm going to say something, and I'm going back some in the past, but I want to tell you the lesson I learned. And the lesson I learned is that when we face adversity, we don't strike out. We work to build communication. When I first taught, and for years after, I can tell you, I was called some horrible names. Whitey, honky, all those things from the past. But I can tell you that it was in my spirit, and I thought in my moral being, my father was a minister, by the way, to do my best to take those names and to make it something different. And I would say to my students in those days, you might not like me because the way I look, but by the end of next week, you're going to really like me and care about me, or I'm going to crash you one. And they would laugh and think I was funny. But I worked to earn the respect, because if you don't respect yourself or each other, there's never any improvement. And I can tell you that when I saw this resolution, I looked at it because none of us had talked about it and said to myself, it kind of assumes that Newport is filled with prejudices. And I don't see that. I see people who are caring, who give, who want a better community. And if we want kids, and I've said this for a long time, if we want people to rise above and to break the cycle of poverty, and I don't care what race you are, I don't care what ethnic group you are, but if we want people to rise out of poverty and we want our community to build to a better community, it's going to happen with caring and education. So that, like what Councilor McCalla said, when does it stop when certain ethnic groups or certain races are seen as the nannies, the dishwashers? It's going to stop when education is better and you help people rise to a place where they can get the American dream. It's not by trying to spoon feed people. It's about how do you care enough to go there and work at it. And so I know that we had some minutes of ugly behavior that people in the public told me they didn't really hear it, but it wasn't that it went on for a long time. It was shut off because it was looked at as that. And I know that I raised my hand several times when that was happening and no one called on me. But my opinion is that at that time, somebody should have said, enough of the bad behavior, and that's that. Because not everybody feels like that. And it sounded like young people, I don't know, acting in an ugly way. So coming from an educational background, this kind of thing doesn't build on good things, not the way most of the last part about requiring people to do things. People do things from their hearts. They don't do things because you require them to do it. So I'm sorry if I sound like I'm venting, but I don't want to see a divided community. I don't like divisiveness. I like people working together for a goal, and I don't see that happening here.
Councilor Segley.
Thank you. I agree with everything that is in this resolution, and I agree with everything that Angela McCalla has just said. And I respect everything she said, and I think it's time for us to stop talking and to start listening to conversations by people who have felt wronged by our society. I would like to just make an amendment to this, because I will wholeheartedly support this. If we could just say that the council recommends that the city manager provide employees with bias training, and the council also. So I mean, I am, and I also believe that, you know, we need to dig deeper. It's not just about this one resolution. It's about workshops. It's about training. It's about, you know, it's about looking at everything very in as a whole. But I mean, I think that, you know, let's just stop talking and let's just start listening to what people have to say. And if I could make an amendment to that, to change this, you have my wholehearted support.
This is Councilor Taylor. I would second the amendment. Can you just read the language one more time, then?
Yes, that the council recommends the city manager provide employees with bias training. That the city manager provide employees and city council members with the opportunity for bias training.
Does that have a second, or are you seconding, Councilor Taylor?
With the opportunity for bias training means that it's strongly encouraged that people would attend, but not.
No,
I'll second it so that we can discuss it. Yes, I'm seconding that.
no, I mean,
Thank you.
listen, I think that if the city manager is going to work, let's say, with Councilor McCalla with groups on this type of bias training, that this is something that the city is going to do. You know, so I'm not. I'm the opportunity. I maybe that weakens it, but that's not my intention at all.
I will just say, I understand, I think what you're trying to do, Councilor Segley, and I appreciate it. My only hesitation is with the recommendation language, because, I mean, I think that it is so important that everyone take this type of training. And like, I do think, there'd probably be different types of training for managers versus staff and things of that nature. And I hear where you're coming from in terms of.
Oh, I mean, we could
you're-
say that the council directs the city manager to provide employees with implicit bias training. I mean,
that's what I was just going to say. Yeah.
I mean, that's fine by me as well. I just think that, this is a first step, and we need to look at this, holistically. So, I mean, that's my amendment.
Yeah, I agree with the amendment on the concept of, making sure we do follow the charter, like you said, and I thank you for it, with it directing the city manager who to provide all staff with the bias training, and we would as a council take it as well, which was actually a suggestion by the city manager, because he called me out on. He said that's an implicit bias of your own, that you didn't include you guys in that. It like wasn't considering that it's something that we would benefit from as well. And I think he was really right about that.
Do I have a second on that?
A second,
Councilor
yes.
Taylor seconded, yes. And I am gonna, there's still a bunch of folks with people with their hands up. I'm gonna continue to go down the line, but I do, if there's, I do want to vote on the amendment as well. So I would ask Councilor McLaughlin or Councilor Napolitano if you have comments on the amendment. I'll start with Councilor McLaughlin. If you want to comment on the amendment, or wait until after we vote on the amendment.
Okay, am I muted? I guess I'm unmuted.
No, we can hear you.
Good. First thing I want to say is that if at any time in my remarks tonight, when we're talking about this issue, I use we or they or anything but I, please correct me, because I'm not interested in discussing other people's shortfalls, deficiencies. I am implicitly biased. I know it. And I've learned it over time. So as Angela and I discussed today, I wrote a revised resolve. I just want to share it with you because I'm not necessarily going to move it, but I actually think that the city council should embrace the opportunity to receive the training that's called for. I just don't think that I, as a city councilor, should decide who else needs it until I've actually taken the training. I want to understand the nature of the issue that I need to confront. And so my resolution would have said that the city council, in order to better understand the challenges faced by our diversity residents, commits itself to receive implicit bias training. This training will enhance the city council's ability to craft plans and policies that address the challenges identified in our community, particularly those related to social equity. So I want to make the point that I am not interested in passing resolutions or whatever that decides what other people should do. I'd like to pass a resolution that says what I am going to do, which I, as a city councilor, embrace the opportunity to receive this training. And I think all of us, as 7 individual I's, should embrace that opportunity. So I won't vote for the amendment, because I don't think I should be telling other people what they should be doing until I've done it myself.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes, I was fine with the resolution until I got to the last resolve. As I stated before, this is a much, much deeper, broader issue. And I did have a problem with recommending or saying employees should take it. It's not only employees. That's why there would be a benefit to really talk about the broader question, which is not only about bias and bad speech, which it definitely was. And I think everybody was a little bit so shocked it came about so quickly. And Jamie, to your credit, you shut down the meeting. I'm so glad you did. And I do know both Lynn and I called Angela afterwards. It was horrible. Nobody on the council would condone something like that. But I do think that we need to have a broader conversation, because it's not just about bad language. It's not just about slurs. There's some really innocuous ways that people can be discriminated against. And I just think it requires a broader participation. I would recommend that we use perhaps Councillor McLaughlin's resolve, because I too would like to understand what the training is about and what we can do with it, and what we can do with it in the community.
Excuse me. I would just like to say, I thank you for the amendment, Councillor Segley. I appreciate it. I think it's a good amendment, and that it allows us to still have the training and just do it in a way that does fall in line with how the charter would ask us to do it. But I also, I just want to comment on a couple of things. I'm not looking at this resolution and the training as a way to, quote, quell civil unrest or anything like that. I think that I'm just looking at it as an opportunity to begin addressing prejudices within our system. We may not have issues in our city that are at the scale of other cities, but that doesn't mean we don't have racism in our city. We do, and we need to begin peeling back the layers and to show how and where it exists, to ourselves to show how and where it exists, which is what an implicit bias training would allow us to begin doing. And I really think that ignoring a problem is not going to make it go away. Just because something is difficult and uncomfortable to talk about is not going to make it go away. And I think it's our responsibility to approach it head on. And while I hear where councilors Napolitano and McLaughlin are coming from, I respectfully disagree. I think that we do, I believe that we do recognize the racism and prejudice that we have within our system, and that it is time that across the entire system of government, we begin addressing it and understanding where it lies and how we can fix it. So I agree with Councillor Segley's amendment, and I appreciate it, but I have to say I don't agree with the idea that the council would have to wait to take it first. I think that we are intelligent enough to understand what the issue is and begin addressing it as a whole. And I will give the floor to Councillor McCalla one more time.
Thank you. This is Angela McCalla. Just thinking about what Councillor Segley had said, I think that understanding under the city charter that it has restrictions about the council and having authority to demand it. So yeah, I agree with Councillor Segley in regards to her amendment. In regards to Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Napolitano's suggestion to just keep it within the council for the training, I'm going to say to you guys, it's not enough. That is not enough. It starts within, this is in our situation, not a just insular. And I think that we need to understand that, and understanding that how we present Newport and show forth, we need to look at ourselves in-house. And just sanctioning it just to the council, I'm sorry, is not enough.
I do want to vote on the amendment before we go further. Councilor Leonard, I know that your hand is up. Did you have a comment on the amendment?
Yeah, I have a comment because I really want to make my personal point across.
Well, we're still going to be discussing it. I want to vote on the amendment before we have further discussion. So if you have a comment that's not on the amendment, we can still have that. I just want us to vote on the amendment.
All right, well, my comments on one of the whereases. Go ahead.
Okay. So Councilor Segley, just for our own, I'm going to say what I believe the amendment is, and please correct me if I say it wrong. My understanding was that we would, on the final resolve, remove the first line and instead have the entire resolve read, the city council instructs the city manager to provide implicit bias training to employees of the city of Newport and to the city council.
Yes.
Thank you. So that is the amendment that was introduced by Councilor Segley and moved by Councilor Taylor. And so I will do the roll call vote on that amendment. Councilor Segley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Nay.
Councilor McCalla. Councilor McLaughlin.
Here we are. Nay.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova, aye. The amendment passes 5-2. And now we have the resolution as amended in front of us. And I will give the floor to Councilor Leonard to speak briefly. And then I am going to open it up to the members of the public.
Well, I looked at one of the whereases, and maybe I'm a weird person or something, but we stand in solidarity with those protesting violence against Black Americans. That's just one example. I personally protest violence against any American. I don't think that color, race, sexual preferences, any of that makes anybody different than anybody else. I've been like that my whole life. I just want to say that.
Thank you. And I will just say the reason to explicitly state standing with those protesting violence against Black Americans is because that is the group of people who are facing violence in greater volume than other Americans. And that's why it is specifically stated. So for members of the public, I know that we have members of the school committee that are on the call for the budget discussion. And I know that a lot of you guys have had your hands up as well. I'm going to open it up to you guys first. And I just ask that you'll be speaking as members of the public. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes. And I would also ask that you introduce yourself with your name and address for the record. So I'm going to open the floor to Sandra Flowers first.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Sandra Flowers, 16 Keir Avenue in Newport. I happen to be a member of the Newport School Committee, but I'm speaking as a private citizen right now, as well as a retired teacher with 30 years experience in Newport Public Schools. I think I've been a resident of this city longer than anyone who is here on the screen. Born and raised here. I think all of this discussion, we talk about listening and speaking, and these are the two important skills that we teach our youngsters. a few things people have to recall on this, and this is beyond just your resolution, that we have to learn to broaden our minds. And one way to broaden our minds is sometimes we really admit to ourselves that we do have biases, we do have prejudices, and how we deal with those. Sometimes you need someone else to sit you down and show what you're doing, what we are doing. I shouldn't say you, I'm speaking about all of us, and how we can really sometimes mend our ways. A lot of behaviors, negative behaviors, are quite subtle, and sometimes they can be somewhat more dangerous than some of the negative behaviors that are really outrageous and very open. I went through what they called sensitivity training, and it's pretty much what you're talking about right now, back in the late 70s and in the 80s, as a Newport public school teacher. And just about everyone went through some sort of appropriate training, depending on what your position was. The beauty of our city, of our population, is our diversity. The fact that, and I believe Councilor Leonard said, like we're all the same. We're not the same. There are many differences among many of us. Some of us can hide our ethnicity. Your name doesn't tell anything until people see you, and they still don't know exactly what you are. And that's what a lot of people always want to know, just what are you? It's interesting also when you look at the demographics of the student body in the city of Newport, there is no clear majority. Everyone is a minority. Some of the minorities are larger than others, but nevertheless, there is no one majority that's ruling everyone else. So I think whatever you decide to do, it has to be in the spirit of humility to say, hey, I'm not perfect. And it's about time I learned how to be more accepting and more understanding of our fellow human beings. That's part of it. And that we don't want the city of Newport to be in the headlines for something as horrific as been going on in some other places. We're fortunate that the peaceful demonstrations were just that, peaceful. So I certainly wish you all the best with all of us really learning how to be far more accepting of ourselves as well as one another. Thank you.
Thank you. I will next give the floor to Louisa Boatwright, and can you please introduce yourself with your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Louisa Boatwright, 46 2nd Street, and I just had to call in because I am really surprised, I have to say. I thought this would go with a 7-0 vote. Implicit racism, as I know it, is you don't even know that what you don't know. In the last 10 to 14 days, I've read a lot, I've listened a lot, I've listened more, and I've learned a ton about Black history, racism, life today, and many of the limits that I had not been aware of. And I thought I knew something, but this is what is so important. You just don't know what you don't know. And people are brought up in situations and aren't exposed to the other things that are going on. As a school committee member, I have thought about this very thing, thinking that we as a school department should have everybody on the school committee and all the teachers, because this is learned, racism is learned. And we should have everybody go through something like this. So I applaud the work that you have put forth, and I wish and I hope we have enough money in our budget we could do this. As you know, that's coming up later. But I think this is a great step because racism is a learned thing. You're not born with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephanie Winslow, and can you please identify yourself with your name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm Stephanie Winslow, 5 Roland Road, Newport, Rhode Island. And I know that as a member of the school committee, I should be more professional right now, but I can't control myself. I'm embarrassed. I'm appalled. This is disgusting. I'm shaking with fury right now at these lectures. Councilors Napolitano, McLaughlin, and Leonard have shown me that they haven't got a clue. They cannot look inwards. They cannot accept the unconscious actions of their privileged lives and how those actions have upheld a system that has destroyed generations of Black Americans. Is it that you feel threatened? Are you afraid of finding out that you're not who you thought you were? That you are actually part of the problem? If there's one thing I am grateful for, it's that you'll be gone soon, and a new generation of youth, some of whom are sitting here tonight, will work a whole lot harder to do better. Thank you, Susan, Lynn, and Jamie. And thank you, Angela, for never giving up.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, I will give the floor to Ida Neary, and can you please introduce yourself with your name and address for the record?
Hi, this is Tim Neary of 36 Newport Avenue, Ida's husband, and I'm speaking as a resident of Newport. I've lived here since 2005. I also want to give a little bit of background about myself. I'm a white male who's 50 years old. And I think that's important to bring some of that sense of identity and honesty. Sometimes we talk about creating a colorblind society. I wholly agree with Ms. Sandra Flowers. I don't want a colorblind society. I want to see people who are Black and red and yellow, and as my biracial children call me, peach. We're not colorblind. We see difference, and difference is a wonderful thing. This is a state founded as a colony from Roger Williams. It's founded in the idea of freedom. I hold a PhD in American history. I have a book published with the University of Chicago Press. I don't say that to brag. I say that to talk about the fact that we need experts. We need expertise. We need knowledge. I've been studying race relations in the United States for over 25 years. I regularly teach a civil rights course to college students, the majority of whom are white. And I appreciate Stephanie's point. This generation is hungering for knowledge. They're hungering for action. It's disappointing, and I understand there's procedural issues and so forth, but we've seen demonstrations not only in our town of Newport, which by the way, were very peaceful, very positive, I thought, but demonstrations across the United States and across the world. To pretend that Newport doesn't have something to learn, I think shows a lack of humility. In 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King wrote a book entitled Why We Can't Wait. That was 66 years ago. There is room for improvement in Newport. This is not a burden that this resolution is talking about. This is an opportunity. Leadership takes advantages of opportunity. Leaders act as role models. And when we don't know something, we want to learn more. In my profession, we talk about lifelong learners. So I wish the council luck in figuring out the mechanics of this, but it would be a great disappointment as someone who loves this city, who has chosen to live here by choice. I've lived in cities all across the country, from Omaha, Nebraska to Nacogdoches, Texas, Dublin, Ireland, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Chicago. This is an issue for the American society. Newport is a part of the American society. And by taking some kind of action, you'd be showing leadership. So I urge the council to not let this go away. As Martin Luther King said, we cannot wait. Please take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next, I will open the floor to Colleen Germain. You're on mute. Can you please introduce yourself with your name and
Oh, I'm
address?
sorry. I'm Colleen Germain, 7D Britton Road, Newport, Rhode Island. Full disclosure, I'm also school superintendent. I had to say something. Angela, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to go through it. I'm sorry you have to experience it. That I have to say. As a school superintendent of a district that the majority of our children are Black, brown, not white, we have a lot of work to do. And I know all of us, myself included, have implicit biases. But I feel it's important. And I think the thing that has been missing, that many of us are not speaking out and speaking up. So we will continue, and we have been doing racial equity training, non-Kingian violence training. We have been doing other initiatives in the school district, but I want you to know that we will do more and that we will work with you and hear you and do whatever we can to make us a better city and a better schools district. So I just want to say, I'm sorry you had to go through that. No one should. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. And I would ask, I guess I'm asking the clerk to go through the folks who are the attendees.
Yes. First, we have phone number ending in 4327. Please identify yourself with your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Jackson. I live at 38 Dudley Ave. First and foremost, I want to say I have to take a deep breath because I cannot believe that people would even protest or not even welcome bias training. If you are threatened by this bias training, maybe you need to evaluate why you feel so threatened to have a training offered. And I don't understand. Provide means it's available, which does not make it mandatory that people take it. We all have issues and we are all biased in one way or another. And all it teaches us is to look inside each other, ourselves, and see where we fall short, and gives us ways to make us stronger. And when we throw out there that we have 17% subsidized housing, we have this organization, that organization available to help the suppressed people of Newport, that there irates me because you are not helping. Yes, we have a great community, but we need help. We're broke. We need fixing. We need to unite. If you live on one side of town, that's where you belong. It's been like that since I was a child. So we do need work, and we need to be open-hearted, open-minded, and welcoming change and seeing our own inner faults and see that I need to change this. And if we don't, our society will never move forward. Martin Luther King tried, and he did a great job, but we're stuck. And we need to sit there and keep on pushing for all people to have equal treatment. And it starts at our education system, and I don't mean no disrespect to any educators, but when you have at-risk children and you start to number them, you are unconsciously being biased to that child to assume that this is why they are not successful. Because every child is successful, but we put them into a box with our bias and don't allow them children to bloom into somebody besides caregivers. And we are a society that is primarily service jobs, but we need to educate our children to get PhDs, to go out there, be carpenters, be whatever they want, to not stop dreaming. And we need more of our community to be in our city, police, our fire, our schools. And not only that, maybe mandate that our city employees live locally so they're more invested in our communities. Angela, I love you. I support you. You know, we got your back 100%, and I appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Amy Machado.
Amy, can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself with your name and address for the record?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Amy Machado. I live at 12 Burdick Ave. I echo kind of what Stephanie was showing us, especially in terms of emotion. To quote Les Miserables, I am agog, I am aghast. I can't believe what I've been seeing tonight. Thank you so much to Susan, to Jamie, to Lynn for standing up tonight, because really racism is a problem for white people to fix. Is Newport a racist city? Yes. Why? Because it's an American city. And this country has never had a reckoning about how we are a country born on native stolen land built on the backs of slaves. So, you know, we are a racist city because we're an American city, and that is unfortunate, but it is true. And change is hard, but the reactions tonight from some have just been shameful. The idea of, oh, you didn't tell me about this amendment, or I didn't get it soon enough, or you haven't listened to me. This pettiness, this talking about process, it is a slap in the face to Angela. And Angela, I am so sorry for what some of the city council people are putting you through tonight. Kate, I consider you a true friend. And yes, all lives matter, absolutely. But someone needs to tell that to a lot of white Americans. They need to say that to the justice system. They need to say that to the police. Again, this is a white people problem. All lives matter is the goal, but right now, Black lives need to matter for all lives to matter. To Jean Marie, I know that you truly care about this city, and to the children that live here especially. Don't be afraid to have this broader conversation. Listen to what Angela and what the Black leaders are saying. It's wonderful to want to have a workshop, but then also show us your leadership, especially because so many people look up to you as a former mayor of this town. Make this first step in training. I really believe that you want, you know, what is best for the city of Newport. And then to Councilor McLaughlin, I would just say you have consistently shown the city of Newport that you are a failed leader. You are a coward. You refuse to stand up and do what you're supposed to do. What about you are a leader. Be a leader. And thank you. I yield my time.
And next we have Becky Bolin.
Becky, can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself with your name and address?
Becky Bolin, 4 Channing Street, Newport. I'm also a member of the school committee, and my colleagues said it very well tonight. Everybody that's spoken up here, but I just wanted to add that as a member of the school committee, I hope that the same training is made available to everyone on the school committee and anybody that lives here in Newport, for that matter. You know, we all need to take ownership for this, and I'm excited about the change that's going to happen, because it is going to happen. We're going to make it happen, and so I just want to be part of the solution.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to be heard?
Rex LeBeau.
Hi.
Rex.
Hi.
Go ahead.
My name's Rex LeBeau. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I live at 118 Ruggles Avenue. And oh my God, you know, one of the really interesting things about these uprisings is that it's very revealing. Everyone's just showing their true colors right now, and I think we saw that tonight. Thank you so much for putting forth this resolution. And I'm so proud of Angela. I'm so proud of Jamie. You two just blow me away. Right now at City Hall, the Pride flag is flying because June is Pride Month. But you know what? We're flying a version of the Pride flag that has black and brown stripes. It comes from Philadelphia, and it's to call attention to Black and brown queer people who continually experience discrimination. And it's appalling. It's like we've gotten to a point in this country where white gay men can go party and Black trans women get murdered. So implicit bias training is a step in the right direction. Racism exists in every single system that we have in this country, and it's real, and we have to speak up.
Thank you. I am going to call the question at this point. I want to say thank you to everyone that took the opportunity to speak. So we have the resolution in front of us as amended. And the resolves are that the Newport City Council strongly condemns all hate speech and use of racist slurs. And now therefore be it further resolved that we instruct the city manager to provide implicit bias training to employees of the city of Newport and to the city council. I will do a roll call vote. Councillor Segley.
Aye.
Councillor Leonard.
Nay.
Councillor McCalla.
Aye.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councillor Napolitano. You're on mute, Councillor Napolitano.
Aye, and I'd like to make a comment.
Please.
I think this has turned out to be very divisive, unfortunately, and very hurtful. I certainly am aware of the problems that exist in this community, but they don't only exist with racial bias. There's also equity. There's also neighborhoods. There's a lot of things involved that we should be discussing, but all we're doing and all the public is doing right now is attacking. I'm the one disappointed.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
An enthusiastic aye, and I would like to make a comment as well. I appreciated the reference to humility from Sandra Flowers. I think that we all need to begin listening, and I hope that that will begin soon.
Thank you. And Mayor Bova, aye. The resolution passes 6-1.
Madam Chair,
Councillor McLaughlin.
I exercise my right to make a comment after voting. I'm disappointed that this has gone down the way it did. I have listened to the comments of the people in the community, and there's tremendous opportunity for growth in this community at all levels. But I regret that it happened this way, and I would just suggest to you that had you reached out to your council in a robust way and worked with them to garner their support for this initiative beforehand, this would have happened a lot differently. So at some other time, I can discuss my experiences of 76 years because I don't know how to answer the question of, are you a racist? But I'll try to explain that at some point in time. But I don't really feel I need to feel guilty about what I've done in my life to advance the people who have been disadvantaged. And that goes to the years in which I did support the school budget in this community to ensure that they had the funds they needed. And it goes to the effort I put into ensuring that the Pell School bond was passed, which was only passed by 54% of the voters, because I realized that was an act of integration in this community. So I'm sorry that other people may not share their perspective that I have for myself, but I have no shame, I have no guilt for what I've done in the past.
Thank you. I'm going to continue forward with the budget, which is the next item on our agenda on the docket. And this is the proposed FY21 budget. And there are 6 sub-items. Items A and B are items that we have previously received and do not need to vote to receive. Item C is the ordinance appropriating revenues. And so that we may begin discussion on the budget, I am going to move passage on the ordinance appropriating revenues.
I'll second that, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. So there was a motion and a second. And is there discussion on the council regarding the ordinance appropriating revenues? Councillor Leonard.
Okay, I spoke up last meeting. I'm going to speak up again. That during these economic times, during all the business layoffs, during everything that's happened during the COVID-19 crisis, realizing today that the schools have a surplus and that they are promised more money from the state in terms of education. I'm going to stick to what I said before because I think residents are hurting and businesses are hurting. I cannot support a 2% increase.
Thank you, Councillor Leonard. Councillor McLaughlin? You're on mute, Councillor McLaughlin.
There we are. I want to make a motion that we pass a budget that includes no tax increase. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, Madam Chair.
There is a motion and a second. It was seconded by Councillor Leonard, and it is to pass a budget with no tax increase. I'll give the floor back to Councillor McLaughlin to expand.
I want to first thank the school superintendent for providing excellent information in response to my questions. But with respect to the funding of the schools, my understanding is that the schools expect a surplus at the end of the year that may be equal to what their request from the city was. My understanding is that the governor has given assurances that she's not going to cut the funding that she's indicated was going to be coming to our local districts. And as a consequence, I don't believe that the school committee has a need for additional funding in this fiscal year. With respect to the funding of the OPED trust, I can see with the information provided by the finance director that it will have some impact going forward, but I do not think that it will have a substantial or significant impact on the city's finances as we go forward. And therefore, that doesn't, in my mind, provide a justification for increasing the taxes this year. And the other adjustments, I don't see justifying it either. I go back to the fact that the city manager provided to us, in essence, a recommendation for a no tax increase budget. And I'm not sure what's happened in the interim, but the underlying financial situation hasn't changed. This is a terrible year for our local businesses. It could be a terrible year for some of our residents. We don't know how things are going to work out. The Federal Reserve today indicated that the unemployment rate will probably be still around 10% at the end of the year. And when something like that happens, we have Rhode Island, which is first into a recession and last out of a recession because of the intensity of service, tourism-related jobs, which we are seeing in our community today. We really don't know when we're going to get out of this. And this is going to have an impact on residents and on businesses. So in my mind, there is no need to have a tax increase. Instead, I think there is a need to perform as leanly as we can in the coming year. We have ample reserves if something comes up, and that's why we have reserves. So if something comes up, we can use it. We have resources that we can draw on. I don't think we should draw on the taxpayers this year. So that's the resolution that I'm offering. That's my rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Napolitano?
Yes, and I would second that resolution.
It's been seconded. Councilor Leonard seconded it.
There's money coming to the school department. Of course, they don't know how much because it's later in the school year. From the Trust and Investment Fund, they'll be getting federal money, impact aid, and I think they will be okay. I'm worried about the city. I said I wanted the OPEB, but I understand. I've talked to more people that have told me both husband and wife are out of work. Or maybe the husband had the third job and doesn't have it any longer. They're struggling. They're struggling to pay their taxes. I think this is probably the year that we should forgo any tax increase.
Thank you, Councilor Napolitano. Councilor Segli, and I actually just also have a question. I know that we had the school committee member Ida Neary on, and that her husband Tim Neary spoke from her, and now her husband Tim Neary appears to have his hand up. I don't know if that's Ida. Her name now says Tim, but I'm just, if that is Ida, I'll call on you next. If it's Tim, you're gonna have to wait. Councilor Segli.
Thanks. I've had multiple conversations with the city manager, and you know, last week we had a certain amount of information, and this week we have another bit of information, and I am in agreement with my colleagues that we should forego the tax increase this time, and that's how I'm going to vote.
Thank you, Councilor Segli. So school committee member Neary. I don't know if the
good evening. I think, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just have two comments, obviously regarding the budget, but I find that are tied to the conversation about 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, education was the be all and end all, and it was going to solve all problems. And now, apparently, the school is fine, and we don't need any money, which we have not made that request. We do need the money, regardless of what we think we might have. We do need this money. So that's comment number one. I'm finding it surprising and ironic that we just talked about, when we were trying to talk about racism, education came up a lot, support for education. The next item is about education, was about the larger budget. It's about education, and apparently it's okay, we can be pushed aside again. And I would really appreciate if members of the city council could stop saying, we are going to worry about the city. We are the city. We are the city. Teachers' paychecks come from the city of Newport. We are the city. There is not the city of Newport and the schools of Newport. We are the city. And it happens every single year. Every single year, the conversation is, well, we're going to take care of the city, and the school committee will take care of the schools. We are the city. We are the city. Thank you.
Thank you. School committee member Boatwright.
Yes, Louisa Boatwright here. I'm learning some very new news here tonight, because Councilor Leonard said the state is sending us more money. Then Councilor McLaughlin said they're giving us money. We have not heard, and then Mrs. Napolitano, Councilor Napolitano said that we have not heard any of that at all. So I am very surprised to hear your confidence. Maybe somebody there could tell us how you've heard this, because right now we put in hoping and praying for $1 million from the state. We have no idea what we're going to get from them. They could actually reduce our contribution as far as we're aware of. This governor today announced the fact that schools are going to open in classrooms, so they will require more busing. They're going to, as she did say, there's more money available for some things like that and the cleaning supplies and this and that, but could somebody please answer what money they have committed to send to the city of Newport for the schools?
I believe that can either be answered by the superintendent or for Laura Citron, the financial department head. I don't know if Colleen, are you able to? Okay, Colleen, it looks like maybe can't unmute.
I figured my signals were clear.
Oh,
I don't know where everyone's saying we're getting this new money. When did this come up?
I'm not sure either.
I spoke to her less than an hour ago. So.
Right. I'm sorry. I heard today the governor is going to, I think 48 million she is going to give to the schools for transportation, the extra cleaning, all the other. I don't know of anything other than what we've already shared with you. My finance director, I just texted him. He just replied, no, he doesn't know what everyone's talking about. Can someone please share that with us?
I'm not aware of it.
Here. Well, they all used the governor's name, and so we're surprised. We have no idea. We don't know. They have cut Central Falls by 25%. We have no idea. We could get a cut of 10%. We don't know what we're going to get. So I just am very surprised. And in our letter to you, we wrote the fact that all the things that we would be doing are, our costs do go up. The bus costs, all these things do go up. The facilities manager used to be on your books. It's new now, it's on our books. So these are issues that in the long term will come back at us because there's no funding by the city for these things. And I understand it is very hard, but I just do not know where you're coming up with this money from the state, because we hope we get money from the state, but we don't know about it. I'm finished. Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is that the CARES money is for the COVID issues, like Ms. Jermaine was saying about cleaning and things like that, not for the running of the school district. Councilor McCalla.
Okay, this is Councilor McCalla. I apologize for the delay. I actually think it's a reasonable cost of living adjustment to actually support the 2% increase. I think, in my opinion, it's the responsible thing to do, and not doing this can actually result in deferred maintenance and could actually result in higher costs down the road. And I understand and appreciate the concerns with COVID-19 and the affordability of the middle class, but it's also why I support this Homestead Exemption Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Stegley.
Yes, I think there are just so many unknowns right now in this debate that I'm not comfortable really moving forward with an increase right now. And I mean, we really don't know what the schools are going to get, and that we have had instances where the schools have needed more money, and we have supported that. So I think for now, let's see what happens. Let's take this a day at a time. Let's see what happens and move from there. This isn't the end. This is just to it's kind of a pause in a way to see where we are within the next several months. So, I mean, that's how I see this. We just don't have the sufficient information.
Thank you. I will say that, you know, I do still think it would make sense to have a 2% increase. My biggest concern with not having the increase is the impact to OPEB and not being able to give the schools the funding they need. And I agree with Councilor McCalla about the impact on deferred maintenance. And I do want to reiterate what I said at the last meeting, that about the cuts that we are making with the 2%, we are still making a cut to OPEB. It's just not the full cut that was originally thought needed. We are still making a cut to the equipment replacements. We are making cuts to capital improvements, which means like the deferred maintenance, as we were talking about, is still happening. With a 2% increase, we are not looking at the city living high on the hog and not making cuts. There are still cuts, but we are looking at being able to fund our schools with what they say they need. And, you know, if they are given money that means that they don't need that 500,000, then okay, that's great. But I think that we should plan to be able to give it to them, because I think we need to fund our schools at the level that they need to be funded. I think that's a really important thing for us to do as a city, especially as we keep trying to move forward and improving our educational outcomes. So I do still believe that the increase is necessary and warranted. Councilor Leonard?
Well, I have in front of me an email from a member of the school committee saying the school committee will have a $611,000 surplus this year. So I'm sitting on that. I didn't make that number up. And I think that I'm going to stick to what I said. And I think that we have a lot of unknowns here, but the big known that we already have is that people have been unemployed, businesses have been closed, and that's a known.
I'm going to ask, I know that Ronald Gonzalez is on the call, and you're the finance director, I believe, for the school department. And I'm hoping that you can give us some background on the overall financial picture and what you're looking at in terms of overages or cuts.
Maybe I can refer to Ms. Leonard's latest comment that she may have received an email, a potential forecast of the school at 600 at the end of this fiscal year. Yes, in fact, I did present to the school committee yesterday at our meeting a forecast that anticipates shortly under that 600 number. It's actually more conservatively stated at 400, approximately $411,000 at the end of this year. I think it's really, really, really important to note that the school department has not ended a fiscal year with a surplus since before 2016, approximately. So every year they potentially unfunded, and then to one of the other counselors' statement that, you know, a transfer occurs later on in the year. You know, it does happen. And the records should show that. Some of the documentation we've discussed over the last couple of days. The problem with utilizing a fund balance to help bridge the gap in a year is that the fund balance is really in place for one-time fees that come up. Maybe you have a major breakdown in maintenance area or a water break, just something that happened. Typically you'd hit that fund balance reserve to cover those unforeseen costs, but it's not appropriate planning to use a fund balance because you're just kicking the problem down the road, it tends to multiply and become worse. So we can just absorb, it's kind of small hits, so to speak, or a 1.8% request. And that is also considering tremendous amount of overhaul required by our administrative staff, where ultimately we're losing 3 admins next year and we're absorbing that work. And I'm just speaking briefly, it is in a lot of the information we've shared. Those are major components. That's what I have to add for now, unless there are specific questions that can be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Councilor Napolitano.
Yes, I'd like to know if, in fact, additional monies will be received from the federal impact money later on this summer. I'd also like to know the state money should be approved by June 30th. Somebody had asked the question, they'd like to know where people heard it from. I have been calling state legislators, not only our own, but others up at the State House. I've also called people at RIDE, and all indications are that the governor wants to maintain the amount of money she has set aside for our schools. So I'm taking it on that. So maybe you can clarify when that money is received.
So there was a 2-pronged question. One was impact aid, and then the second component was the state aid. So first, with regard to impact aid, I can only share with you what I know. And what I know is historical review of how impact aid is received. Currently, I don't have a number one what we're gonna get next year. I can only base it on enrolled children that have been reported for the 5 years that I have access to on the impact aid portal. So I've conservatively used those numbers in our budget forecast. And so I don't have a concrete number, and I learn as I go. And I'm learning with the city team that helps post the revenue adjustments, because impact aid has been received by the school department this year on 3 different occasions. And I don't have a receipt that says what year those dollars are applicable to. The impact aid process is very tedious and laborious, where monies carry for years beyond, where if they're not accounted for after they're appropriated, they get kicked forward and they're distributed to eligible participants. And that goes on in the history of their revenue streams to us, have indicated that to me. So I hope that answers you. It's just I don't have a concrete number. The second component is with state aid. I have had 2 conversations in the last approximately 5 weeks with the finance director at RIDE, and indication right now is he's unfortunately unable to confirm one way or the other how state aid will impact all the districts the way it stands right now. There's 2 avenues or explanations that were explained to us is, if the state can recover from a lot of their shortfalls, they'll be able to move forward with the plans that were originally stated at the beginning or the first quarter of this fiscal year. Now, the other avenue is they are unable to substantiate, fill their budget gaps, and they have to make, I'm going to use the term squeezes, they have to make squeezes, and that trickle-down effect will potentially can impact the schools, but I'm sorry, I just don't know at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I do want to hand it to just Colleen Germain so she can give some context as well if you wanted to, Ms. Germain, because I know you've had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. everything, we have taken this budget and we've been looking at it since November. And as Mr. Gonzalez just explained, we have literally reorged our admin to the tune of almost, Ronnie, I think it's almost $596,000. We are not filling the principal at Thompson. I'm taking one of my senior people, Dr. Bean, and she's going to serve as the principal next year to help keep costs down. I have my director overseeing 2 other positions, and my administrative staff, including myself, we're all divvying up different responsibilities and roles to make this work and to have as least impact as possible on the city. The other thing is we have a $1.4 million hiring freeze until we do know what's going to happen. We're not going to do anything until we know that funding. I was on a call this afternoon. That's why I was really surprised to hear this. I've been calling people every day. I've been in superintendent meetings. I've been with commissioner, with deputy commissioner, literally as late as 4:30 this afternoon. What we get, we'll get, and we will do what we can with it. If we get full funding, then I don't know what you want to do, but we can't keep kicking the can down the road. And there was a comment before about a plan of the city. We want to work with you. We want to work with the unions. We want to work with our people. We want to work with you. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'll let other members of my committee, my bosses speak, but we're trying our darndest to make sure we understand. We know this is unbelievable times. It's impacting everyone in the city, and we want to help the city rebuild, and we want to be responsible.
Thank you, Dr. Germain. There's a lot of people who have had their hands up. I'm just going to go down the list in the order that they've had their hands up, because I believe that the order that's how it. So Councilor Taylor is next. I know there's a lot of people with their hand up. I just want.
So 2 weeks ago, I had asked the city manager a question, and based on that response, I cast my vote. I'm going to ask the same question again, Joe. If we vote for no increase, with that, can you still provide the additional $486,000 that the schools are asking for? And 2 weeks ago, you had said that you would find a way to make it work.
Well, my job is to find ways to make things work. Yeah. I mean, I think if you listen to Councilor McLaughlin's comments, we have and I suppose I'd ask Laura Citron just to close your ears, but we have a healthy fund balance. You can call it a rainy day balance. You can call it whatever you want. We're not, in the final analysis, both our budgets, not only the schools' woes with regard to their budget, but our own budget is at risk. And there is no forecasted state budget yet for FY21. In a conversation today with on the phone with the Rhode Island Office of Management Budget Director, they're counting on, or they're hoping for an additional federal stimulus bill. If that develops, then the state may not have the problems that they are anticipating now without it. But without that fourth stimulus bill, there will be major cuts across the board to all the large programs. And of course, I described the same philosophy that Mrs. Gonzalez indicated, that there's a trickle-down effect. But to answer your question, we will find a way to make it work. Yes. And if it means that the fund balance suffers, the fund balance suffers. We have been dipping into that aggressively over the last few years, but you can subscribe to that theory, that philosophy, that fact. That's what it's there for. And if the money's needed, the money's needed. We've got to find it. Generally, the way at this time of the year, we have the debate, the ongoing debate, and you either through, a tax increase or you don't. I'm hoping, by the way, and what is as I walk through touch the robustness of restaurants and the fact that hotels are now operating in the fashion they're operating. I'm hoping that the estimates that we gave you on food and beverage and hotel, I'm hoping they're wrong. And I'm hoping they're too conservative. At least with regard to the food and beverage tax, the state thought that we were too conservative, but then thought we were probably too not conservative enough with on the hotel. But the numbers balance out. We may have hit the number, but so will we make it work? Sure, we will make it work, Susan. That's what we do.
Thank you.
Becky Bolin.
Yes, I just wanted to expound on what Mr. Gonsalves said about kicking the can further down the road. When we don't add money each year to the continuum of effort, there becomes a huge problem the following year. That is why using a fund balance to plug holes in the budget is such a really poor idea. And the problem just compounds at the end of next year. When you stay consistent in that money that we get that goes to the continuum of effort, we're able to maintain programs and hirings. And you can only imagine how difficult it's going to be to have a assistant superintendent that's going to share being the principal next year. And the following year, we're not going to have money to pay for a new one. So I'm just saying that just keep that in mind as, we decide what we're going to do going forward here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Segley.
Yes, I would like to hear from Laura Citron about her opinion on all of this. And could you help us out? Just wondering if you could just chime in.
Okay. So I don't have an opinion on the tax increase. What I would say to everybody is that there are two organizations here that are looking that are dealing with unknowns and having trouble with the budget. And there are, despite what was said earlier, there are separate employees in the school department, separate employees in the city. The school has had significant needs over the course of the last few years, and the city has worked very hard to try to make sure that we've been able to give them the help that they need. And I have been there and been part of that, and been part of helping the city manager come up with proposals and recommendations for the council. It's going to be a very difficult year for everybody, residents, businesses, employees, school department, and the city. And so I would ask that you keep the balance in mind, because it's difficult for, I will speak as a city employee and as somebody who has heard from a lot of city employees. It is difficult to feel like one group is more important than the other. It's a very delicate balance. the point obviously that we work on is to try to make sure that everybody can succeed and provide the operations that they need to be able to provide. And the coronavirus has created a situation wherein there's too much that's unknown. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to have to carefully monitor it. We do have a healthy fund balance. We also have a potential significant bond coming up, and to significantly dip into our fund balance will impact our bond rating. That being said, obviously, education is important, roads are important, and I don't know what to tell you to do about a tax increase. I mean, as Joe said, we will make it work one way or the other.
Could I just ask a question? Since there are so many unknowns, I mean, I know the budget. I know we go through fiscal year July 1 and to July 1, but I mean, if we are in a bind, let's say 6 months from now, do we have any? Can we do anything to raise revenues? You know, I mean, or is it just, you know, that the mandate, the tax mandate is just, you know, has to be set at June, you know, for July 1?
No, we have to operate within the parameters of the budget. I mean, the answer is we're always looking for other ways to raise money. And that's why I said one hope is that we've underestimated those other revenue, our significant revenue sources, but we don't have the ability to float a supplemental tax. Well, the answer is no. It is what it is. You know, we pass a budget on July 1 and we live within those parameters.
Right.
You know, we do have, and that's what a fund balance is. An emergency fund. If we have to use it, we'll use it. Or in the alternative, we will have to make cuts. Since we are an appropriating agency to the schools, we will have to find money within our own structure, and subject to your policy edicts as to funding, we will have to find it within our four walls. And we have things on the table that we will have to discuss. This is not looking at a budget in 6 months. Believe me, this is looking at a budget in 2 weeks or in a month. The unknowns are federal government, and the worst unknown is the state government that is projecting a $600 million deficit for FY21. And by the way, they still have to deal with the $235 million deficit for FY20. And they don't have any solutions for either just yet. The CARES Act is going to offset some of the FY20 numbers, but it's not going to be offsetting the $600 million FY21. And that's the big worry. That's the big worry for us within a vacuum, within our city will bind, but it's those other funding sources that are at risk. And so there isn't a 6-month thing. We have to visit this thing every month. In many respects, this budget tonight is just, and I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, is just not that important. It's what's happening next month. It's what's happening the following month, because a lot of it is contingent upon right now how the state acts. And we may be in an emergent situation a month from now. You know, they're waiting on, the state is waiting on a potential fourth stimulus. That's where they're rolling their dice on that. And if they don't get that, as I said, the director of the budget office has said they're going to have to make major cuts across the board. And they've mentioned things like state aid to cities and towns. So we just have to keep an eye on the ball here. So it's not 6 months. It's what's going to happen in July and August is really the crucial part, and is really where we're going to see the rubber hits the road as to whether our budgets, our respective budgets, have any real integrity to them.
Joe, I know that when you say that, you mean in terms of the revenues that we would be getting from
That's exactly
the
right.
meal and beverage tax, but something I want to make sure is clear and that I want to make sure that I have you say is the tax decisions that are made for the FY21 budget hold for the entirety of the FY21 budget, the property tax level.
That's right. And let me just, and I just don't mean, I just want to, you know, municipally, you know, we get the Public Service Corporation aid. Justin, a few weeks ago, mentioned the pilot from the state that we get. That's revenue. And all those little other sources, they're all at risk. Yeah. So I don't want everyone to think that this, whatever we do tonight is some panacea. We've got an uphill battle here.
Yeah. And I also just want to, with the idea of the 2% increase, give context that for a $500,000 home, a 2% tax increase costs $8.75 a month. I just want to make sure I put that out there, that everyone knows that. Councilor Seigle, your hand is still up. Did you want to continue?
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Councilor McLaughlin.
Clip the wrong thing. Okay. So I appreciate, this is Councilor McLaughlin, I appreciate the information and comments that people have made. I would point out two things to start with. The fund balance that the school department has represents taxpayer money that was raised through earlier appropriations by the city. So in a sense, if they have $500,000 left over, that's taxpayer money that was raised. It should be viewed that way, and it should be used as if it had been appropriated for the schools. It's the tax. We don't pass a budget appropriating money with the anticipation that the schools will run a surplus. I actually don't have that much problem with the schools having a surplus in some instances, but 2020 isn't one of those years. And I think we need to be, very prudent in the decisions we make. I would also point out that we have taken substantial money out of the fund balance in recent years. And I'm not sure, but I think every penny of that went to the schools to either fund their shortfalls or to pay for Chromebooks. And I could be wrong, but I'll just leave it at a substantial amount of that money from the fund balance has gone to the schools. And over the last 10 or more years, we have been asked by the schools after the fact to give them additional funding during the year, and we have found a way to do that. I think the city has been a good partner with the schools in that when there has been a need, the city has met that need. And finance director has indicated that we do have ample reserves. I rather suspect the biggest driver with respect to our credit rating is our property valuation, which despite COVID-19, we'll probably see a reduction in the valuation of commercial property, but based on the selling prices of residential property in town, we'll probably see an increase in the valuation of residential property, which is a significant source of our taxes. So from a bond rating perspective, I doubt that we're going to find ourselves stressed if we have to take $500,000 out of our fund balance to fund the schools. I'm not arguing that the schools may not need the money. I'm just saying that in a year in which we are seeing certain things like the city manager has pointed out, the state has an $835 million budget hole, and they have no idea how they're going to fix it. I suppose they pray every night that Mitch McConnell will get the faith and decide to give all the states all the money they want. He's probably not going to give the states all the money they want, so we're probably going to have to look for some imaginative solutions. The unemployment rate in Rhode Island in April was 17.8%. Those are real people. The real people who aren't working, who aren't making money, who still have to feed their families and pay their mortgages, rent, whatever, which we, if you listen to the governor's daily or now twice a week briefings, you know, these are problems that reverberate throughout the state. And that's why I say this is not the year in which we should be raising taxes to have more money available to the city. There's $1.2 million worth of overtime in this city budget. You know, if we need $300,000, we need to go looking in places like that. As far as I understand, everybody's going to get their cost of living increase in the city of Newport in the coming year. But there are many communities in Rhode Island and throughout the country where people are being laid off and not going to have their jobs. So this is a shared burden. We shouldn't point fingers at each other and not understand that we're not going to support the schools. If the schools need money, I'm sure that the city council will support their need. But I don't think we should be creating a fund that they can just say, oh yeah, the city raised that in taxes, so we know we can go get that when we need it. I think we have to start out with almost a zero-based budgeting and say, you know, we've got to do this as inexpensively as possible this year. I do want to pay a compliment to the schools because in some ways, there are times when I think you're almost doing a better job with your finances now than the city. And I applaud you for what you've done, but I stick to my proposal to keep our tax increase at 0.
Dr. Flowers.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McLaughlin just spoke something that I was going to mention. I think this happens practically every year, and I believe he is the one who will say, if you need if you need the money, just come and ask us. And there are some among us who really almost feel as though, you know, you're begging, and we shouldn't be begging because it's not Newport Public Schools versus the city of Newport. Newport Public Schools is part of the city of Newport, and I think one of you mentioned this a while ago. And respectfully, again, I sincerely mean it when I say this, that our fund balance, and I'm so glad of people using that word rather than surplus. That sounds like there's so much money we don't know where to use it. But our fund balance is minuscule compared to the municipal side, as it would be. It's one department where the municipal side has to deal with a number of departments. I just think that we're not throwing that phrase "one Newport" around just to be a feel-good type of expression. It is true. And that in the past several years, we always say, members of the school committee and administration is always saying that it's refreshing that we actually have people listening to us, you know, from the municipal side, and we listen to what you're doing. We're all taxpayers here also, but I just think if you understand that school finance, and I'm sure Mr. Gonzalez can speak to it in greater detail, and the superintendent also, school finance is a different animal. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for your compliments about the way the finances are being handled in the school department. We have a working school committee too, who really, we dig right into this. But we never know what's going to happen. Besides things like water mains and the usual, excuse me, building type problems. But you never know how many challenges will be coming our way with students that have particular challenges. So I think that the bright side of this is that you're listening to us and we're listening to you also, but that the problem you have about whether to raise the taxes or maintain them, I think sometimes being very conservative about where the money is coming from is an important point. The state has a problem. Their finances are certainly not great. The current situation is not helping, but we can't overestimate monies that are coming in. Just as we wouldn't in our own homes, you always have to try to live within your budget. But as I say, in the past, we've been told, well, oh, if you need it, you just come and ask for the taxes. Where are you going to get it from if you don't have enough coming in? Sometimes that's just my thought. Thank you. Where the money is coming from.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers. Counselor Segley.
Thank you. These are really hard decisions, and I'm trying to be prudent. I'm trying to understand the economic factors out there for families, and trying to make a balanced decision. I will always support the schools. I am a huge believer in the Newport Public Schools, but I really feel right now, with the lack of information that we have, we're like shooting in the dark, and the thing is, we need to come together and we need to work together on this and look where we are in the months ahead. So, I mean, I'm with you. I, want the schools to be funded properly and successfully, but at this point, with the lack of information that we have, I'm just not comfortable with a tax increase. But let's look further down the road, and the city manager says that he can make it work, and I think that we can make it work. So let's move forward that way. But we need to move forward in a positive way, and my commitment to work with you.
I would like to ask, or I guess talk to the city manager about, so if there's no, or really regardless of what happens with the tax rate, how can we as the council make it clear to you what our priorities are in order of cuts or maintaining funding? I mean, there's been a lot of discussion here tonight about wanting to fund the schools or fund OPEB, the various things that the council is concerned about. And I want to make sure that we are able to clearly depict to you and express to you what our priorities are when we're looking at things, making the decision on what to cut and what to maintain funding on.
Well, that answer in normal times is easy. And that would be,
yeah,
if it was normal and we didn't have a pandemic and a shutdown of the economy, I would say to you exactly what you said to me. All of you said to me before this happened, and where I thought we were trending, and that is to strategically plan your priorities as a council. And we were trending towards that. I thought, but this kind of obviously threw things off dramatically,
right?
And so it's difficult. It's not an exercise I don't think you could go through now. We got too much going on, but that's the normal process. I would suggest we get in a room, we get someone to help us out, and you figure out where you wish to concentrate your resources.
But I'm talking about now.
Are you talking about now, today?
I'm talking about now. We're looking at, as we move forward, as you've even said, regardless of what the tax rate ends up being, everyone's talked about it. There are questions as to what level of funding we're going to get from the federal government, from the state government,
right.
what we're actually going to end up getting through meal and beverage taxes. So
right.
Looking at the outlook for the next, as you said, month, 2 months throughout the entirety of FY21, as we get a better understanding of what our actual revenue stream would look like, regardless of what the tax rate is. How can we, in this time during this pandemic, make sure that we are expressing to you what we think are absolutely do not cut this, or absolutely this is something that we feel there is flexibility on. That is something I believe that we need to make clear to you.
I see. I'm not going to look at. I'm not going to make unilateral decisions on things like that. I don't think I have the authority to make those type of unilateral decisions. If things are much better, I'll use Lynn's thing, 6 months from now, and all of a sudden there is federal stimulus money, and it does trickle down to the states and the municipalities, and our food and beverage and our hotel taxes are looking much more robust, and we get all the funding, the state and federal aid that we normally have. And so we have this, we anticipate this extra money, and we know we're going to hold on. We know we can use it for something. I bring that back to you and I ask you, okay, here's the stressors. Here's what we recommend, or here's what we don't recommend. And the council makes the policy decision on. Same thing if a month or 2 or 3 months from now, we don't anticipate this budget as being a good budget. We actually went through this exercise a month or 2 ago. We have an obligation under the charter to report to you any expenditure stressors if we're going to be running into problems with the budget. And we bring to you a plan, and the council either endorses the plan and reduces the budget accordingly, so we can balance our budget. So the answer is, as a matter of law, the answers are in the charter. And so we either through further expenditures that are unplanned, or through further reductions that we run into, we have to bring something back to the council. We can't meander within the context of the budget for the most part.
Madam Chair, I want to jump in as a point of order for a second. I think the answer to the question is the priorities are those that are set in the budget when we pass it. And you'll hear that later. This is what you approved in the budget. This is the time, if you don't like one of the things we're doing, to look at it and reconsider whether this is what you want to do. But we're setting the priorities by passing a budget. That's how we do it. And then Joe will tell you, as he has many times in the past, that's your direction to the staff. You gave us that direction by passing a budget. And this is the time to consider that, not in July or...
Well, I recognize that.
Just keep that in mind, that's all.
And I recognize that, but I mean, given, as we've all said many times, there are significant unknowns. You cannot budget for an unknown. And so whatever, X dollar value we end up getting from the city, or excuse me, from the state or the federal government, it's not in the budget right now because we don't know what it's going to be. So we cannot say we prioritize it based on what we told the city to pay for in the budget, because it's not there, because we don't know what it is.
I'll guarantee to you, if there's a big fat check that comes from the federal government to the state, to the municipality, you all will be the first to hear about it. And I think that's the essence of your question, Jamie. We have unknowns like that, revenue unknowns, expenditure unknowns, albeit the budget does set the policy right now. But we may be coming back to you because we don't deficit spend. We come back to you in a month or two based upon how the state budget is set forth with that $600 million FY21 deficit, and telling you we don't think we can carry on with some of these things. And so we have to have that collective discussion, and you have to tell me based upon what we recommend. You might reject all the recommendations in terms of cuts or expenditures. I think we're on the same. I think, Jamie, you got two different answers one question, but I think it's the same answer when you really combine the two. I think the council is the policy-making body. This is the policy document, the budget. But we don't spend money we don't have.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I want to make sure that we do is, given the level of uncertainty, that we are, continuously checking in as a body with, you and the city manager and the finance director and the council continuously checking in on what the actual outlook looks like for the budget, so that the budget itself can really only improve as we are able to add more clarity to it.
Well, I just paraphrase, I read from you, I paraphrased actually, a discussion that I participated in today, and maybe some of you others did, with the governor's office, these daily municipal discussions, and with the budget director on there. And I guess to paraphrase further is so much unknown here. We provide you each month, a little rendition of fiscally where we are with various attributes of municipal government, but those have to be heightened now. The scrutiny has to be heightened, and just like there was surprise in this what I was reading to you, there was surprise from the 39 cities and towns as to the description I provided from the budget director. These things are happening daily. So we're just on such thin ice with all this stuff that it's difficult to provide comfort on any of this.
Yeah. I would ask that, or suggest, I guess, that those typical monthly updates that we get move to be publicly digestible and discussable on the docket for at least this year, because we know there's so much unknown.
Sure. I knew you were going to say that.
I know you did. So Councilwoman, Committeewoman Boatright, I'll give the floor to you, and then Councilor Leonard has her hand up, and then I'm going to call the question.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin had made the comment about our surplus and all of our good budgeting, which I appreciate that comment, but I need you to really understand that almost all of that is because we went to virtual learning. It was a very tight budget that we were working on. So if we were back in school, we would be very close. We were monitoring it all the time because that's how tight it is. The second thing is, without the $490,000 that we have asked for from you all, it does mean that we will not be able to fill many of those positions. So it will be cuts and then if the state doesn't give us the 1 million, it's just more cuts that we need to make. So I just want you to know that there's all of our budget is about people in front of the students. And I know this is a very hard year, and we wish there was more certainty to the income thing and but we literally have no idea. The $1 million number is just really something that we pulled out of the air because they were supposed to give us $1.4 million, and so we cut it back a bit. But some are cutting back 10 to 25% in their budgets. So we all are working with not a lot of knowledge, but I just really wanted you to know that that surplus number is not a structural number. We wouldn't have had that money had we, so our continuum of effort going forward just becomes a problem. We're already without the principal. We've got one person doing facilities manager, IT manager, and CTE manager. We have a 5% squeeze, which is going to be very difficult to do. So, and a few other things, but thank you very much. And I know it's very hard, and we really appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Leonard.
I must be missing something because I've heard for the past half hour over and over and over we are dealing with the unknown. I don't know how many times people have to hear we are dealing with the unknown. I can tell you that Councilor McLaughlin's right. We look at a budget, we prioritize the spending, we do our best to accommodate all the needs we have. But again, over and over and over, it's the unknown. I don't think that we can sit here for 5 more hours and say the same thing over and over. That's how it works.
So I'm going to call the question, which is the motion made by Councilor McLaughlin to pass a budget with no tax increase. And I'm gonna I'm gonna ask the city manager and the finance director to make sure that I use the correct language and the correct documentation, because there's been some changes back and forth over the past couple of weeks. So what I'm gonna do right now is call the question that is for the budget. And then we would need to go on to the ordinances and the resolutions, correct?
That's correct. Laura's shaking her head. That's correct. I was going to ask her to walk you through it, but I can walk you through it if you need
I
to.
have it in front of me for what I just want to, if I misspeak, please correct me. So,
sorry, I'm just gonna say, I just need clarification on what that means, sorry.
So there's a number of items on the docket related to the budget, and really what we'll be doing by voting on a 0% increase is however that vote goes, will structure how the 2 ordinances, which is appropriating revenues, and one of which is the personnel, and then the resolutions for the tax relief and the tax levy. Those are determined based on the budget that we would pass and whether or not it's a 0% or a 2%. So what we passed at the last council meeting, all of those items were based on a budget with a 2% tax increase. The motion that was made by Councilor McLaughlin is to approve a budget with a 0% tax increase. So we would need to amend those resolutions on second reading so that they reflect the 0% increase, and amend the resolutions so that they reflect the 0% increase if that is what passes.
Mm-hmm.
So the item right now is just the budget with 0%. So Councilor Segley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Aye.
Councilor McCalla.
Nay.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova, nay. The budget with a 0% tax increase passes 5-2. And so,
Madam Chair,
Councilor McLaughlin.
I would suggest at this time that we just continue the budget items to the next meeting. The staff knows what the tax rate will be. We just made that decision. But I think trying to change those documents on the fly is at 9 o'clock at night is not something we necessarily have to do. So I would suggest that we just continue it to the next meeting.
Well, the staff has prepared what those items would look like at a 0% and a 2%, so that they can be inserted because they were aware that there was indecision on the council.
Have they provided those documents as part of the docket?
No.
Yeah, so that's not something that the world knows about. It's not something we have in our package here. It's like it didn't happen.
I mean, I'm in favor of moving forward. So unless you're going to make that in the form of a motion, Councilor McLaughlin.
I make that motion to continue final until the next meeting.
I second that, Councilor Taylor.
Can we do it Monday? If it passes, please.
Yeah, I
I won't be there Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, what would we do Monday?
I was going to suggest that we have the meeting on Monday, and apparently that's already been rejected. Then Tuesday we're in on the COVID update.
Can you add it to
Should we
Tuesday?
double up on it? If the motion passes.
I'll change my motion to move it to a special meeting on Tuesday in conjunction with the COVID-19 update.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Taylor. Councilor Leonard, I see you have your hand up.
Yep. I'd like to get clarification what would happen on Tuesday. We're voting here. We voted for no increase. And on Tuesday, I'd like to know, so the public knows exactly what we're voting on.
Sure, I can explain that. It's conforming the appropriating revenue ordinance, and it's conforming the omnibus resolution as well as the tax levy resolution consistent with the council's wishes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion to continue the ordinances which are appropriating revenues and amending the personnel, and then the two resolutions for the omnibus property tax relief and the tax levy? If there's, I will just say that I think that it would be for the best to do it tonight, but I will call the vote on continuing it to Tuesday. Sorry, I'm just pulling up the calendar. June 16th. Councilor Segley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Aye.
Councilor McCalla.
Aye.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Nay. The motion passes 6-1. So, okay, those items have been continued to June 16th. The next item that we have on our agenda is a public hearing, which is on the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance regarding short-term rentals. And there are two items here. One is a recommendation from the planning board, and one is an ordinance amending chapter 17 in the various sections inside of it that address the short-term rentals. So before we open up for the public hearing, I'm first going to make a motion that we receive the recommendation from the planning board.
Second, Councilor Taylor.
Motion and seconded. So I will do the roll call vote for receiving the recommendation. Councilor Segley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Aye.
Councilor McCalla.
Aye.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. Mayor Bova. The receipt of the recommendation is approved, and I am going to open the floor to Trish Reynolds, the planning director, before just to allow her to give some context and explanation before opening it up to the public for the public hearing.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd also like to mention that Jeff Brooks, the planning board vice chair, is here tonight to speak on the planning board's behalf in regards to this recommendation. If Jeff could be recognized.
Can we unmute Jeff Brooks? Okay, you're on.
Thank you.
Please continue.
At the regularly scheduled planning board meeting held on March 2nd, 2020, The planning board reviewed the purposes of the zoning ordinance and found the amended petition to be generally consistent with the goals, policies, and actions of the city's comprehensive plan. And the planning board voted unanimously to recommend passage of the amended petition. During this review, there were several concerns that were raised, and the planning board has 3 items that they would like to put forth for the city council's consideration. And with that, I'd like to introduce Jeff.
Good evening, all. So, sorry, Trish, what am I talking about? You made you guys wait all this time. So the 3 things. Sorry, I think
Right.
So
the first one passes.
All right, Trish, I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
Sorry, so there were 3 items that had come up. The policy for the visitor passes, the consideration of expanding and allowing transient guest facilities in LB zones, and then studying the renewal process that's tied to special use permits.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So a couple members of the board brought up that they found in their neighborhoods in particular that there were these blank visitor passes that are issued to guest houses and for parking in areas, and they wanted to make sure, they wanted to find some way to make sure that that was enforced better, to make sure that it wasn't a hamper on neighborhoods for parking restrictions by just giving blanket, here you go, hang this in your window, you're fine. You know, personally, I was hopeful that with rewriting the language, it would help push guest houses out of residential zones for the most part, and then help the city be able to enforce guest houses in general, which would help alleviate that. But if the council and city staff could look into the, which Trish, could you answer, has city staff been able to look into the parking pass, like that language that's in the ordinance about that?
We could figure out a way to get that done, yes.
Okay.
Jeff, I'm just going to interrupt you to also recognize the city solicitor, Mr. Bean, because he has asked to be recognized, and I'll allow him to contribute to the conversation with you guys as well.
Please. Yeah. Mr. Bean.
I might be able to help with some of the context here. Really, this started with the, if you council members may recall, back in the beginning of the year, the end of last year, we were updating the short-term rental ordinances, and we were on track to have these ordinances heard at the March 25th council meeting. And we all know what happened at that point with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this was a topic of that we were discussing with the council up to that point. And basically, it is a product of the city staff, including my office and planning, but also the planning board, because in their review, they reviewed it twice. Jeff Brooks' subcommittee reviewed it. We're able to come up with revisions to the ordinances that were advertised for tonight. So tonight, we're asking you to pass the ordinances that were advertised for the public hearing tonight. And they basically, what they do is they update existing zoning ordinances to take into account the new practices in the short-term rental business, which is a lot of it. Old ordinances, which were 20, 30 years old, talked about rooms, the renting of rooms. Now people rent dwelling units and so forth. So it's really updating that, along with some of our other ordinances that talked about single family dwelling units, 2-family dwelling units, when a family is limited to to a related unit. And we're amending that to really direct it towards a household, which is other than people who are related by blood or marriage. So it's all updating up to present times and also based on the present enabling law. So certainly if you have any questions about the planning board, Jeff can handle that, Trish can handle planning, but I can actually go over, if anyone's worried about a specific change, I can give you the background of that.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Mr. Brooks, please continue.
Yeah, so to go back off of what Mr. Bean was going off of, basically what the group, the short-term rental investigatory group, like in our it was 2 summers ago is when we got into this, and it culminated in making edits and changes to the way that to definitions in the ordinance and reworking the language of guest houses, historic guest house, guest facilities, things of that nature, and just to try to like tie it up and have it make more sense. And that is what the planning board passed, and you guys have had a chance to review that. And I'm sure Mr. Bean's going over that with you. The 3 things that Trish brought up that the planning board, in us discussing this, wanted us to revisit, included again the blank visitor passes, and for the council to designate a body to study a renewal process for special use permits issued for guest houses and residential zones. Basically, our whole thing is for these short-term rentals to meet the comp plan, they need to be owner occupied. If they're not owner occupied, they don't meet any of the goals. You're just making money. You know, you're just making a higher income off of potential housing stock. Where if it's in your home, you know, which is again we work the language for home occupation for guest houses to better reflect again if it's in your home. If you're in a 2-family in the 5th ward and you have parking and you live downstairs and you want to try to supplement your income, you know, that's perfect, right? That meets several points of the comp plan. So our concern is we issue a special use permit, which we all know it runs with the land, and you go and you issue a special use permit to somebody on Harrison Ave, and 5 years later they sell it and some guy buys it, and there you go. It's in there, and there isn't really a mechanism for revisiting the special use permits unless every time it comes across us, we designate, okay, you have to come back and revisit every 2 years. So if there's, you know, maybe we don't really know what we're asking of you guys, but we want some form of mechanism for that special use permit to either expire or to require a revisit to some sort of board, be it zoning, planning, or what have you. And thirdly is, and honestly, this came up, this was not a unanimous point, I will say. I can't recall exactly. I want to say it was 5-2 on the board, but we requested that we include transient guest facilities into limited business zones via special use permit. The reasoning for that thought process is the way we reworded guest facilities. Here, let me pull it up. I have it in front of me. The way we reworded guest houses is that it's for a maximum of 5 rooms or less for sleeping, rented for no more 10 persons for lodging accommodations for less than 30 days. So with that saying, so say you have a 2-family where each unit has 3 bedrooms, right? And you put parking for it. You're not going to go in and have 2 guest house permits each for one side. You're going to go in and get 1 guest house permit that's for the whole building, and you're going to lease out 2 dwelling units on a short-term basis. But this is saying you can only do up to 5 rooms. So if you had 2-3 bedrooms, you couldn't do that. You could only do it with one side. So the idea being then that person with the 2-3 bedroom townhouses could then go, all right, fine. You know what? I'm going to approach it as a transient guest facility. And they're going to have to meet a whole different threshold of guidelines than just your typical guest house would, but it still gives that person who's in a business zone the opportunity for it. Again, this is strictly for a business zone. A transient guest facility, Mr. Bean cut me off if I'm wrong, is by right in general business and waterfront business districts, but it's not allowed via special use permit in limited business. Limited business being stretches of Spring Street, stretches of Thames Street, for example. So I thought personally that allowing a special use permit in those zones would help, keep some of that flexibility to again allow someone to operate a business in those zones. And as you all know, anyone who goes in and gets it and actually registers their guest house, they're going to need to get fire department approval, building official approval, and the works. So they're certainly going to still be put through the process, but again, special use permit, it allows them the opportunity for the planning board to discuss it, the zoning board to discuss it, et cetera. And that was kind of our thought process there. I will say there were I'm pretty sure it was two objectors, because their concern is the transient guest facility. That's what hotels fall under. And very clearly, much of the city has been agitated with the number of hotels going up, and they don't like the idea that hotels would have an opportunity to be built in limited business zones. And I don't blame them for that. But again, it's special use permit, it's not by right. So it's not like the hotels going up in waterfront business where they're designing them, building them, then coming to us to say, hey, how's this look? It's, hey, can we have permission to go through this process to build it? So I think there is a little leeway there personally. If any of that made sense. Sorry for my rambling, guys.
Thank you, Jeff.
Questions?
I appreciate you taking the time to walk us through those items and to talk about the overall recommendation on the ordinance changes. I am going to open it up to the public because we do have a public hearing right now. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on the proposed changes to the ordinances regarding short-term rentals? And a reminder, if you are on Zoom, you can click raise hand. And if you are on the phone, you can press *9.
Madam Chair, I see CB show.
Thank you. Can you please unmute yourself and introduce yourself with your name and address for the record?
543 Thames Street, Newport, Rhode Island, 02.
I'm sorry, it's very hard to hear you. It's very quiet.
Is that better, Jeannie?
Barely.
Oh. How's that? Is that better?
No. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just try shouting. We won't think shouting on our end.
Okay. I think I agree everything what Jeff said, especially regarding the limited business district. I think I also agree there is a little fear that if doing that, you could end up potentially with hotels in the transient business as transient in the limited business district. I think the way to solve that is only limit it a special use permit by dwelling unit. So if you have 2 3-bedroom units, you really have, under Chris Bean's definition, 2 dwelling units. If you have a multifamily with 4 units in the limited business district, you have 4 dwelling units. I do agree avoiding transient as a definition for the fear of hotels, but I think Chris Bean, maybe you can help me, if we just use the term dwelling unit as opposed to building, then someone could still apply for a special use permit for a short-term rental. If they have 4 dwelling units in one building, they could apply for the 4 special use permits for each dwelling unit. Stay away from transient facilities. That's it. I don't know if I was loud enough, Laura.
Yes, we could hear you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to be heard? Okay, I am going to move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. I will do the roll call vote on that. Counselor Segley?
Aye.
Counselor McCalla?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Counselor Leonard. I knew I was messing something up.
Aye.
Thank you. Counselor McLaughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Napolitano?
Aye.
Counselor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Bova? Aye. The motion passes. So now we have in front of us the amendments to the zoning ordinance relating to short-term rentals, and there are 3 different sections. So I'll go through, we can vote on these sections individually. So chapter 17.04.050
I have
is,
my hand up.
oh, sorry, you've had it up the whole time, Counselor Leonard, so I just thought that you forgot to bring it down.
Mm-mm. I have a question. First of all, I want to thank the planning board because I know it took a lot of work. But that on the bottom of their memo to us, their letter to us, there are 2 segments that I think need to be clarified. The board reviewed the purposes of zoning and unanimously found the amended petition generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. So, and they cited the goals. Why did they put generally? That's my first part of the question. And then they clarify it a little more and say, the board unanimously recommends passage of this amended petition. However, additional concerns raised during the review of the petition are worthy of further study and action. So what are the portions that they think are, concerns or worthy of further study?
So Mr. Brooks, the vice chair of the planning board, had gone over that earlier when he discussed those 3 items. And so I don't know if you want to comment on the generally language, Mr. Brooks?
Sure. So, Kate, so that language of amended petition generally consistent with a comprehensive plan, that's typical with all of the recommendations that we make. That seems pretty boilerplate with it coming out with that language. And then with the unanimously recommends passage of the amended petitions, everybody was on board with the actual red line in the zoning code itself. The additional concerns raised during the review is basically during the discussion phase, the 3 items that I spoke about 10 minutes ago.
And the parking and
things that came up in our active discussion.
all right, so those were the 3 elements you're talking about.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And,
All right, thanks.
and the elements of the comp plan that were met is basically the red lines in the zoning ordinance itself.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good job.
So the first item, the first chapter that is proposed to be amended is chapter 17.04.050, which is general requirements. And I would like to request that the city solicitor touch on the recommended changes.
Sure. The changes here, basically, we made it clear in this section that short-term rentals were, as a general matter, prohibited unless they fell into certain definitions for guest houses, historic guest houses, transient guest facilities, and vacation guest facilities as defined in the code. So that was a clarification that language was not in the code before. So it clarifies that the short-term rentals that are allowed in the city of Newport are defined in those 4 different uses. The other change in that section just updates, as I suggested before, dwelling units to show that it's not limited to families, that it's would include a household.
Thank you. I am going to move passage of the amendment to ordinance chapter 17.04.050. Is there discussion on the council? Or is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that, Susan Taylor.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. And is there discussion on the council on the proposed amendment? Hearing none, I am going to do the roll call vote, and this is for chapter 17.04.050. Councilor Segley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Aye.
Councilor McCalla.
Aye.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. The motion passes. I am next going to move passage of the proposed amendment to section 17.08.010, which is definitions.
Second, Councilor Taylor.
Motion with a second by Councilor Taylor. And then I'm going to ask once again if the city solicitor can talk us through the proposed changes, please.
Sure. We changed the definition, certain definitions in that section in 17.08.010. And it included for community residences. And actually, Councilor McCalla pointed out that the language was outdated. So we included that in there. As I suggested before, we changed the definition of dwelling unit to bring that up to date. We changed the definition of home occupation, home occupation, yes, to bring it up to date with the enabling legislation. And so the biggest changes were to the definition of guest house and to transient guest facilities. And the guest house, what we did there was we brought it up to date to what was happening actually in the community. And that is that people were renting not only rooms, but actual dwelling units. It could be a house, it could be an apartment, it could be a condominium unit. So the previous language was outdated. As you know, it was the subject matter of litigation. So we updated the definition of guest house to take into account that they could include dwelling units. Transient guest facilities, likewise, just to bring it more up to date in what was actually happening in the community. And that's it.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second to approve the amendment to that chapter. Is there any discussion on the council? Hearing none, I will go through the vote. And Councilor Segley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Aye.
Councilor McCalla.
Aye.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. The motion passes. And now I will move for approval of the amendment to the final section, which is section chapter 17.100.130 entitled Home Occupations. I move passage.
Second, Councilor Taylor.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. And for one final time, at least tonight, I will ask the city solicitor to walk us through the proposed changes.
Thank you. Yes, this is to close what we discovered to be a loophole. That's what a lot of people thought was a loophole. Home occupations included the rental of 2 guest rooms in a owner-occupied dwelling. And it really came about to allow someone in their home to rent out a couple of rooms to maybe increase some income or use space that was no longer needed. And what happened is we were having situations where people would buy a home, live in it for a couple of months, and claim it was owner occupied. So instead of getting into a legal action and interpreting that type of language, we changed it that to now require that it must be the principal residence of the owner also.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Is there any discussion on the council on the proposed amendment? Hearing none, I will do the roll call vote. Councillor Segley. Councillor Leonard.
Aye.
Councillor McCalla. Aye. Councillor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councillor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councillor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. The motion passes. The next item on the docket is an application for a farmer's market license by Aquidneck Community Table, DBA Aquidneck Growers Market, and it is up for on Memorial Boulevard, north side between Chapel Street and Edgar Court, and it will be on Wednesdays beginning June 3rd through October 28th. I move passage.
Madam Chair, I second.
Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Is there discussion on the council? Councillor Segley?
Yes, I would like to discuss this with the council because I have always had concerns with the location of this farmer's market, and I hope that the organizers would come to us earlier than this to discuss the location. I know that the COVID crisis changed a lot of the way things were done, so I certainly understand that. But I'm not appreciating the fact that we're getting this in June when we normally get this application in March. So it was something that I would like to have discussed with the organizers of this. I realize that perhaps there will be less traffic on Memorial Boulevard, maybe because of the pandemic and the effects of it. But I feel that we really need to have a good discussion as to where this farmer's market should be and the safest place for it. So because this is in my ward, the second ward, I feel that this is an unsafe situation. Plus, there's going to be construction going on in September, I understand, for the crosswalk work that's going to be done. And so I would prefer that this would be in a different location. I support the farmers market wholeheartedly. I think that they do wonderful work. I want them to be successful, but I think this is, again, the wrong place. And this should have come before us long before this.
Thank you, Councillor Segley.
Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk.
I just wanted to let you know that Bevan Lindsay, representing the farmers market, is on the line if you needed her to address you.
Yes, actually, I would like to have Bevan, can you address why it wasn't submitted earlier, and then also any plans or beginnings of plans that you have regarding the potential moving of the market for next summer.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and can you also introduce yourself with your name and address for the record?
Yes, Bevan Lindsley for Equipment Community Table, 487 Carpenter Lane in Saunderstown. Just to first of all respond to Councillor Segley's question about the timing of the application. As with so many other organizations in the past few months, everything has taken longer to put together than it does usually, from the protocols that we had to work through for the market. But in particular, in this case, the application process had to be revisited because our applications came in February and March, just before COVID-19 hit us. And so we had to go back to all of the farmers and growers and ask if they were still able to sell at the market. And then we had to hear back from them as to whether or not they had product and whether or not they had staff. So we're way behind. We did get provisional approval, which we've had 2 Wednesday markets to practice before coming to you for approval tonight. We met with Police Officer Cortez today, who reviewed the changes that we've made over the last 2 seasons to make this site as safe as possible, and he seems generally pleased. I can also tell you that people have changed their habits because of COVID-19. Not only are fewer people shopping at the market as we have asked them to, 1 person per household, but there are also, we know from a survey that we just conducted, many customers who are just still not comfortable out in the world shopping. So our traffic is going to be considerably less this summer than it was last summer. And I think the last point to address is that we have continually looked for another location to hold the market and have not come up with something in Newport that's viable yet. So I would like to ask that we have permission for this summer, given that we know that it's going to be a more slender traffic site in terms of people and vehicles, and that we have the interim year of changes to review and make a plan for 2021.
Thank you, Bevan. I would like to suggest for 21, looking at Churro Park and seeing how that could potentially be worked. No need to address that right now, just a suggestion for next summer. Is there further discussion on the council? Hearing none, I move to a vote. Councillor Segley.
No.
Councillor Leonard.
Aye.
Councillor McCalla.
Aye.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councillor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councillor Taylor.
I hit the unmute. Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Bova, aye. The motion passes 6-1. The next item on the docket is a resolution authorizing the Adoption Access Program for Marine Ave, and that it would be between Clean Ocean Access, CRMC, and the City of Newport. And along with the resolution is a communication from Clean Ocean Access and an MOU from them. So I move passage of the resolution as well as receipt of those 2 items.
Second.
Motion with a second by Councillor Leonard. Is there discussion on the council? I will say that I was approached by Clean Ocean Access and Dave McLaughlin regarding this. their team has done a lot of work in the area, talking with neighbors and with CRMC and with just in general, taking care of that area as it is. And I don't know if Dave or a Clean Ocean Access representative is on the phone or on the line.
Hi, Dave's here.
Hi, Dave.
Hi.
Can you please introduce yourself with your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name's Dave McLaughlin. I live at 3 Haskell Avenue in Newport.
Thank you. Can you give us some background on this item?
Sure, I'd love to. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for introducing this resolution. We're super appreciative of the city of Newport for really supporting Clean Ocean Access. We founded ourselves really by a call to action in January of 2006 with an issue about public access. So it remains the #1 issue that we care most deeply about in terms of the founding aspect of the organization. And really today, promoting environmental stewardship is like a huge responsibility and commitment that we try to amplify that message in the community, both schools, community, individuals, organizations. And the Adopt a Right of Way program was, I think it's a great tool that CRMC has created, and successfully with the city of Newport, we've adopted all 23 of the rights of ways. Marine Avenue Beach, and I should call it out explicitly, it's from the eastern terminus of Marine Avenue and Wetmore Avenue to the shoreline. So it's that small sliver of land is the final right of way in the city of Newport that we'd like to adopt. And again, the adoption really helps to further substantiate that the right of way exists, and also that it gives some responsibility to Clean Ocean Access to further promote stewardship and really continue to conduct the different shoreline activities related to cleanliness, monitoring water quality, inspecting for erosion, and really being an advocate for the health and beauty and accessibility of the shoreline. Marine Avenue is great. I mean, this right of way is on a bus route. There is some public parking, and it's really something that we want to make sure that future generations can continue to enjoy it. And adopting the right of way is a great way to make sure that happens. So happy to address any questions. And again, I appreciate the council and the city's support of everything that we've taken under in the last 13 years.
Thank you, Dave. I see that Turner Scott, I believe, is also, I don't know, I think he's representing you, right, Dave? No.
Turner actually represents some of the adjacent property owners. So him, as well as Peter Regan, I've consulted with them really to make sure that it was understood that this is the adoption of that small sliver of land that is already designated a right of way back in 2008. It has nothing really to do with the road itself. So certainly Turner and Peter could speak to those points.
Mr. Scott, if there's anything you would like to add, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Turner Scott, attorney in Newport. Law office is at 122 Toro Street. I represent Mark and Bridget Davis, Stanley Goldberg, and speaking on behalf of tonight of David Drubner and Frank Marinelli. We're in full support of the neighbors are in full support of the initiative by Clean Ocean Access. There's no doubt about it. This right of way from Wetmore Avenue down east, going east on Marine Avenue, was designated as a right by all the parties involved in a maintenance agreement that was initiated by the city and joined in by Mr. Goldberg and the Davises back in 2007. The maintenance approval was recorded in 2008 by myself, as a matter of fact, on behalf of Mr. Davis and the city of Newport. David has adequately indicated to you that it only applies to that area from Wetmore down to the water. There's ballards there and those were negotiated between the city and CRMC, so cars wouldn't drive down there, but the fire rescue have an ability to get down. I would ask, though, that the resolution, when you pass it, be amended in a couple of places, because I think it speaks about Z24 Marine Avenue Beach. I think it actually should be, that's in the second whereas clause in the very bottom of the page, or bottom of that paragraph. It should be Z24 Marine Avenue from Wetmore Avenue East. And then again, in the next whereas clause, in the first and second lines, it should be Z24 Marine Avenue from Wetmore Avenue East. And I think with those two changes to that resolution, we would have no objection. The MOU should probably be changed as well on the first page, section 1, Marine Avenue, Wetmore Avenue East. That's the only area that has been designated as a CRMC right-of-way. The rest of Marine Avenue has not. And I don't think Clean Ocean Access is taking on the charge of maintaining a private road, which I don't have any doubts that the public has and will continue to access the beach from Bellevue Avenue down to Marine Avenue. It's just that it's not a designated right-of-way, so we don't want to have it as a designated right-of-way unless and until that occurs. Any questions for me?
Not as of yet, but I'm sure we will, Turner. Councilor Leonard, I see you have your hand up.
I do. I'd just like to make a statement. This went on the docket, and I've always been a proponent of ocean access. Worked with Friends of the Waterfront that worked really hard for years. And when I saw it on the docket, I thought that someone should do the courtesy of calling the property owners to say that it was on the docket, because they had no idea. And that's how Attorney Turner Scott came into the picture. I support this. The owners of the property support it, but they knew nothing about it. So I just think for the future that we owe a courtesy to property owners to say that something that can affect them, in fact, is on the docket. I just like to see openness and clarity.
Is there any other discussion on the council? Dave, I would like to hear your thoughts on the proposed amendment from Turner Scott.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Absolutely. I agree with all the points that Turner provided, and equally so, I think that all the remarks from Councilor Leonard are well received and duly noted that follow-up is certainly something that should have occurred and certainly will into the future. The relationship with the property owners is immensely important, as we've seen in other areas for protecting public access. So again, what Turner mentioned is perfectly appropriate. In fact, I'll follow up with CRMC to make sure that their language also reflects that. It is the definition. It's just hasn't been explicitly stated. So that's a good step forward for tonight.
Thank you, Dave. I'm going to move that we amend the resolution to reflect that. And I would also ask Mr. Scott if you could email the city clerk with the exact language just to make sure that we have it correct. But I am going to move that we amend in both the second and third whereas to change it so that it reads Z24 Marine Ave from Wetmore Ave East.
I'll second that, Councilor Taylor.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. Is there discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, I will call the question on the amendment. Councilor Steckley.
Aye.
Counselor Leonard.
Aye.
Counselor McCalla.
Aye.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Napolitano.
Aye.
Counselor Kaler.
Aye.
Mayor Bova, aye. The amendment passes. And if there is no discussion on the resolution as amended, I will call the question on that as well. Counselor Segley.
Aye.
Counselor Leonard.
Aye.
Counselor McCalla.
Aye.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Napolitano.
Aye.
Counselor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova, aye. The resolution passes. Thank you, Dave and Clean Ocean Access, and thank you to Mr. Turner Scott. The next item on the docket is a proposed amendment to ordinance chapter 5.57, which is mobile food establishments, and the proposed section to amend is section 5.57.040. I move passage.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Taylor. And the proposed amendment to section 5.57.040, which is the restrictions on the MFE permit, would be the removal of Bellevue Avenue from the areas in which MFEs are allowed to operate. Is there discussion on the council? I know that we also are likely to have some, can we allow Turner Scott back on the call? Mr. Scott, I imagine you are representing someone involved in this because it's you.
Hi, thank you very much. Again, for the record, Turner Scott, offices at 122 Toro Street, Newport. I represent Amano LLC, who is a license holder of a mobile food establishment truck that parks a vehicle on Bellevue Avenue at the corner of Bowery Street and Bellevue Avenue. First, I'd like to, this sort of comes out of nowhere, it seems to me. I'd like to know sort of why. This truck is over 250 feet from the establishment. It's in a general business zone. I'm just trying to figure out why, after, I don't know, I think I counted 25 hours of council debate on food trucks back whenever they had it, that 250 feet was the distance, and I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden this occurs for a food truck that's there, 3 hours to 4 to 5 times a week. So I'm trying to find out why this amendment comes about now, and this is I will say this is after the council spends all this time and people rely on what the council has done, and they go ahead and spend the money. They spend the $80,000 or so to whatever it costs to make this truck, hire 7 people, keep them employed, and now the council wants to change the rules. I'm trying to figure out why, what's the impetus for this? Who's bringing this on?
Thank you, Mr. Scott. This was, I believe, introduced by our Assistant City Solicitor, Mr. Galvin, in response to some conversation, I believe, with some members of the council and potential, I'm not sure who else. I was also a little bit surprised or / confused when this was on this docket. Good. Mr. Galvin, would you be able to provide some background, please?
Yes. Can you hear me? This is Gerard Galvin.
Yes.
Okay. At our last regular meeting, last week was a special meeting, but at the last regular meeting 2 weeks ago, this topic came up. Specifically, Councilor Napolitano asked that we address the location issue the Bellevue Ave location issue. I believe that was in response to some of the concerns raised by business owners in close proximity, as well as concerns with food trucks just being present on the Bellevue Ave location. After that, I did send a memo to councilors soliciting any additional input or changes that they might wish to have addressed in re-looking at this ordinance. The only thing only thing of substance remained the location change. And my understanding was that from Councilor Napolitano that she wanted that to be put on this agenda. That's why it's here.
Thank you. I'm gonna open up. I imagine there's gonna be some more folks from the public that would like to be heard, but for now, I'm gonna open up, excuse me, to the council for internal council discussion. But if you are a member of the public and you have your hand raised, please keep it raised and we will hear from you. Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you. This is Councilor McLaughlin. I just want to clarify, does the food truck have a license at this time? When was it issued? And if we change the ordinance, do they get to continue to operate till the end of the period of time covered by that license? Or do they lose their right to operate when we change the ordinance?
No, their license, I believe, were they operating last year, Laura? Or is this a new license this year?
They were one of the first applicants for a food truck. Yes, so I believe they were.
Right. So they will keep, and they have a new one for this season. They will keep that license. This would just amend the locations where the food truck is allowed. So the other restrictions are still in place. They can operate in a general business zone, no closer than 250 feet to a permanent restaurant.
Thank you for your answer. I realize now I've asked more intelligent questions in the past, and I really should have known the answer to that question in advance.
Oh.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes, when we originally passed the locations, I was confused or unaware because of a lot of discussion that night that Bellevue Avenue was listed. I've had several conversations with a lot of different people associated with this particular food truck, and they were very positive ones. I would like the solicitor or assistant solicitor to possibly come back to us and let us know if there's any place, say around Memorial Boulevard, that they could operate. I also made a suggestion about the private parking lot, which was well received. I mean, it's a matter of him working it out with the owner. I don't have an objection to a food truck up there, but I had a number of people call me, not only from businesses, but also from associated neighborhoods, Bowery Street, and a number of other neighborhoods that just were really surprised when a food truck appeared on Bellevue Avenue. So that was my reason for asking. I don't have a problem with them going to the other designated places or even having this assistant solicitor take a look at Memorial Boulevard. That might be more advantageous for them.
I'm happy to continue to work on refining the ordinance and working with the license holder to find other places that might suit them.
Thank you. Councilor Leonard.
Okay. Just to be clear, I was probably lately, as usual, the only one who voted against this in the first place. But I do have a question that I was asked, and I don't have the answer. And in this ordinance change number 2, It says, add in lieu thereof, in legal designated parking spaces adjacent to King Park and their service window shall face the park. So my question is, how many spaces are, and I don't care whose food truck, whose food cart, but how many spaces are allowed on a street that has minimal parking? I don't see it clearly there.
Well, this is I think the intent when we drafted it was that there'd be a food truck in a parking space, that they'd be allowed to park in legally designated parking spaces. One issue that came up last year as this rolled out was some trucks taking up more than one, slightly over more than one spot. And as an enforcement issue in discussions with our police department, they found that wasn't a ticketable offense, that they allow that for these types of trucks. So we can further refine it in that regard too, if you wish, Councilor Leonard, if when we come back and revise this further, we can restrict it to one parking spot or explicitly allow
the question. I mean, if I wanted 5 spots, does that mean I could have 5 spots? I mean, I just like clarity, that's all.
Yeah, I think the idea was if they're, metered spots, you have to pay for the metered cost. And
there are no meters at King Park.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilor McCall?
I guess like one of the questions that I kind of want to ask too is the only concern that I'm having about, making this special recommendation to move, one food truck over. I think that we're opening up ourselves for possible, vulnerabilities here. Like, what's to say? So if we extend the same, this courtesy, to Amano Pizza, what's to say? How many more people are going to come in the pipeline saying, well, you did it for Amano, why can't we do it? I'm having a really tough time with that.
Councilor McCall, my effort would be at assisting if they had a spot in mind that qualified under the ordinance. I want to try to assist them that, if I can assist them in finding a spot that qualifies under the ordinance, I'll do what I can in that regard. And if there's not one, then I think it would have to come back in front of you for discussion about other areas where food trucks might be appropriate, not just for this one particular one, but across the board.
Right. And so, the other thing that I'm also thinking about is the fact that, when we were having this discussion, I thought we said we would ride it out till summer and figure it out.
I'm sorry.
Gerard, it was more of a statement than it was for you to respond.
I wasn't sure if that was directed at me or other members of the council.
Yeah, that was to my other council members. How about that, Gerard?
Okay.
Can I ask a favor from the council? After you have spoken, if I called on you, can you take your hand down so that I can just more easily track those who have already spoken versus want to speak again? Sometimes it seems like the system will put your hand down, or maybe you do it yourselves. I'm not sure, but just makes it easier for me to keep track of. Councilor Segley?
Yes. This has been an interesting topic because, we did spend a lot of time trying to figure out the food truck ordinance, but I don't think any of us really thought that it was the perfect ordinance. And I know that we did talk about at some point we could tweak it or something. So I, being the second ward counselor, and that is in my area, I did get quite a few phone calls from people in the Freebody Street area that they were upset by the food truck. And one of the reasons was that they felt it was unfair competition for some of the food establishments that are brick and mortar establishments. So I certainly understand that, that concern. But, I really would like to work with Gerard and with the owners of Armano Pizza and to try to come up with even a better location. I wonder if saying that this could just be in the general business zone is too restrictive. So I think we need to go back and look at it. It's something that we need to, I think it's something that we need to tweak and to improve. So.
Thank you, Councillor Segley. Councillor McLaughlin.
Okay, thank you. I would just ask the assistant solicitor that when you look into this, I have heard comments made about the food truck putting out tables and chairs. Was that something that we envisioned when we passed this ordinance, that they be almost creating their own little restaurant in public space? Or is it covered by the ordinance? And if it is, is it something we could change? So don't need to answer now. You're going to be coming back to us. So if you would address that.
Will do.
I will say my understanding is that it was not something we did not allow. I know that was not very good English. I apologize, Gerard. I saw the face you made when I said that, but Councillor McCalla.
I have another question. I don't know who can answer this, but Councillor Segley, you had alluded to the fact that there was this possible competition happening between the brick and mortar business district. And I might actually challenge and say, based off of what data? Other than the fact that people are calling, has anybody given you specific data that can actually correlate that there are some type of trend in regards to the brick and mortar business?
No. All I'm saying is what the owners of the other pizza place have told people who go to that, who support that restaurant. That's all. That's all the information there.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up to the public at this point. I would like to say that, I mean, I've not been convinced that it's the right call necessarily to take off, to remove Bellevue. I think that it's an area that actually probably benefits from having food trucks.
Way to go, Jamie.
I was going to say, but don't tell Turner Scott that, because I don't want him to think I agree with him on anything.
I would like to be able to say something at the end of the public comment, if I could, Jamie.
That's fine. I will ask Mr. Scott if you would
mute
put
myself.
your hand down for now. Also that probably, and then I can have the other folks who have their hands up, give them an opportunity to speak.
Megan Mainzer.
Hi, I'm Megan Mainzer. I'm at 14 Clayton Street. I am just wanting to communicate how much I am in support of the pizza food truck. I think that it creates more walking traffic in that area, which would help the businesses. I don't think there's any sort of real data that says that it's taking away from the other pizza place. If you look at any data that says adding more businesses, it creates more walking traffic and more, it helps a business district. I also think they're there for such a short period of time. It doesn't seem like it's taking up a lot of parking. I heard one of the members say something about Kings Park. I think the issue that was brought up today is more about Bellevue than it is about Kings Park, but I think the pizza food truck has been great. It seems like you have a limit on the number of food trucks, so it doesn't seem like everybody's going to start putting up a food truck everywhere, but I just wanted to express my support for them and thinking that it seems crazy to put a limitation when they just got started, and at least let a year go by and then kind of reassess.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brianna Ferrara.
Can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself with your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Brianna Brownell Ferrara from 31 Warner Street in Newport, and I am the wife of the owner and chef of Romano Pizza. And I would like to speak on behalf of Romano Pizza. I too am kind of in the same boat as Turner, naturally, in just being kind of confused and a little taken back by this, just based on the fact that we thought, a decision was made and, a lot of money and business planning has been put forward at this location. So, we launched our business in 2019 in December, and we planned on serving the community from the corner of East Bowery and Bellevue once we received approval of this location. This location was specifically chosen because of the diverse demographics, with the locals, day visitors, tourists coming in and out. As some may know or some may not, that there's a very limited amount of space or spots in Newport that we are actually able to operate a food truck from. So I know a lot of comments have been made, well, why don't you just go here or why don't you go there? But we're really limited when it does come down to staying within the rules and regulations of the city. So Bellevue Avenue is 2.5 miles long, and we're asking for a small section of the street for 3 hours a day, and it's in a zoned in business to serve a unique, a craft product to the community of Newport and those visiting. We're not asking to park in front of the Breakers or Ravinsky Park or some of the mansions. We're asking to sit in a business zone that we have already been approved by the city to do so. So, we really see our truck as a different experience to any of the Newport dining options that are out there at this point. We've been really had some great feedback from the visitors and tourists in town. It's really nice to see people walk in the streets in Bellevue and to really see them stop and look at the truck and say, oh my gosh, this is amazing. What a great idea. How'd you think of this? It's been really almost kind of an outside the box, no pun intended, thought. And it's been a great feedback from the community, and we absolutely love it. And as COVID presented itself, we soon learned that the community really appreciates this true curbside pickup process. And it's really nice to know that we're able to serve those, maybe some that are at high risk that don't want to necessarily walk into a restaurant to pick up their food and to come out. They can come right to the window, and do that. So, it's really been a dream to really watch this grow in Newport. And I know that Newport was really at first hesitant to the food trucks. And, as a 5th generation local, it's been really nice to see them, open up their doors to this. And so watch it slowly grow. I understand, it's not going to happen overnight, but my only concern is this hesitation of this change. And who's to say if you change our spot today, in 6 months, are you going to come to us, to our new location, and say, hey guys, this location's not working out. We're going to have to move you to another one. It doesn't really seem like a sustainable way of doing business. So, we just ask that you respect our request and understand that, a lot of time and money and business planning has been, put in based on this particular location, back when we opened up the truck in December in 2019. And I also want to just loop back on the table and chairs comment. I know that, we've never put out tables and chairs. We don't offer those to our guests.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joanna Reeves.
Joanna, can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself with your name and address for the record?
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Very good. My name is Joanna Reeves, and I live at 199 West Street Drive. Pardon my voice, it's the allergy season, and I can barely breathe or speak. Reason why I'm actually, I just think it's quite unfair at the fact that we're paying top dollar rent and they're coming in within 250 feet of other business owners and they get to actually ride on a truck that's not even, it shouldn't be on Bellevue, Thames, America's Cup, Memorial. I mean, the beaches, the parks, those are the fair places I think a food truck should be. Not on Bellevue and a bus zone, right in front of a location of another pizza place. I think fairness should be fair. It's a beautiful truck. It's a wonderful concept. It's excellent. But the fair and the right thing is to be at beaches and parks and areas of food truck. But when you're paying top dollar rent on Bellevue, that's where I think it's slightly unfair for a food truck to be on Bellevue serving pizza while brick and mortars are paying top dollar. That's how I feel.
Next, it looks like Kay Gonzalez.
Can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself with your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Kelsey Gonzalez. I reside at 612 Thames Street. I just want to speak today on behalf of the Amano Pizza Truck and just all of the good I believe that they have actually done for the city. What a lot of people I don't think know is from the beginning, Amano has always played within the rules of the city, making, several investments in equipment and both personnel. I believe now that the city is actually changing the rules in the middle of the game, which I don't believe is fair to Amano. Since March, a lot of people may not know as well, they have actually been doing a lot through their Letting Amano campaigns. They've raised close to $3,000, which they've given to several local businesses. These businesses have included Water Brothers, the King's Lens, Island Wellness, Level Beauty, the Edward King House, Jane Pickens Theater, Potter League, just to name a few, as well as the Martin Luther King Center. So to say that they have the support of the community behind them, I think is actually an understatement. I don't believe that we should have the opinions of one establishment control the location of where a food truck is parking for just 3 hours a day. I also believe, there's no real data to support that they're actually even taking away any business. Again, it's just 3 hours a day. To the comments made as well, the food truck has also never parked within 250 feet of another established restaurant. We have, the complete and utmost respect, I believe, for other businesses in this town. They've done things including donating to the Newport Hospital, the Newport Police Department during COVID-19. So respectfully, I do ask that City Council does reconsider the amendment and not to impose further restrictions on Newport, which could potentially put these food trucks out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else from the public that would like to be heard. We can allow, oh, okay.
Tina Brownell. Oh, hand's not raised anymore.
Yeah.
Can I just make a brief comment?
Go ahead, Councilor Stegley.
My goal is not to put any food truck out of business, and it's not to put any investment in jeopardy. My goal is to find another location that would make everyone happy. I mean, we have this big place called Newport, and we have to find the balance for it. And I think we're going to continue it so that Galvin can take a look at it, but which I think is fair. But I mean, the goal is not to put anyone out of business. The goal is to find an equal spot, if not a better spot. So I hope that clears up that.
Thank you, Councilor Stegley. Mr. Scott, did you want to make one more comment before the council votes?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I would like to say I echo all the comments with regard to from the public with regard to their comments about how well this particular food truck has done for the community. I will say there's been no complaints to the city of trash, food, staff, any pedestrian issues, none of that. In looking for another location, I think the city set the rules back in, when you passed this ordinance back in, a year and a half ago, whenever it was passed. I think you set the rules and people abided by those rules, and now they're abiding by it, and all of a sudden the city says, oh, wait a second, or in this ordinance says, wait a second, we don't mean that. Now we're gonna start restricting it even further. I mean, talk about Memorial Boulevard, doesn't fit the criteria under the ordinance right now. Those are all residential districts over there. This is a general business district. There's been a general business district for the last 50 years. And you all set that 250-foot mark a long time ago. If you wanted to make it 500 feet, there was discussion about that, how many feet it was going to be. 200 feet was what it was. And I don't think it's a competition issue. And just because somebody raises a complaint about competition, that doesn't mean, does that mean the city council is now going to get into whether I have a client put a pizza place right next to another pizza place? Wait a second, you can't put a pizza place next to my pizza place. That's not what you want to do. It's just aesthetics because there's a truck on Bellevue Avenue. Have you been up there today? There's a big flashing yellow sign up there tonight, and there's trucks parked up there all the time. I think it's unfair to the person who's invested, and you all spoke about investment in the community with these food trucks. So I'd ask you not to put it off. I'd ask you to vote on denying it right now. Say no, we're not going to pass this ordinance. That would be my recommendation and request. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councilor Napolitano.
Yes, in my conversations today, which I thought went very well, I would encourage food trucks. However, I truly didn't realize Bellevue Avenue. And when I got the calls, it wasn't only from competing businesses. And most shopping centers and things like that, they do have non-compete clauses. And I guess I would like the assistant solicitor to figure out whether it encompasses that whole area as a business. Is that within 200 feet or 250 feet? Or does it just mean the restaurant? I just think that I want to be fair about this. I know they do a tremendous business, and I've heard a lot of compliments, and I have appreciated my conversations today. But if we can find another place, I'd just like to continue it, to give our solicitor a chance to take a look at other areas so that it wouldn't be so, maybe wouldn't hurt other businesses. And certainly the residents that have complained that it's up on Bellevue Avenue, I just didn't realize we had approved them. Not my intention to shut them down. I want them to continue and to be a success.
I would say second continuing.
Can someone actually make that in the form of a motion? Councilor Napolitano, were you making that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to continue this till our next meeting so that give this solicitor time to take a look at some other areas, talk to the people involved, and maybe also answer some of our questions.
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the council on continuing? I'll say personally, I am not in favor of continuing, but that is because I am not in favor of removing Bellevue. I will call the question if there's not further discussion. Councilor Stegley.
Aye.
Councilor Leonard.
Aye.
Councilor McCalla.
Aye.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Napolitano.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor. You're muted, Councilor Taylor.
It's getting late.
Mayor Bova, nay. The motion passes 5-2. Councilor McCalla, you have your hand up. Did you have something else?
Yeah. I just wanted to explain my position on this. I just think overall, I think that by actually, moving the food trucks, I think that we're doing the double message. One, from an MFE perspective, it's like, again, if we're making special accommodations for one, we're going to have to open up that can of worms for the other. And then again, when we're talking about from the business perspective, this may be one area of where someone is going from the business section to kind of like push out another mobile food truck. And if this is successful, I wonder how many more businesses will come through talking about, well, you did it for the other businesses. This is not empirical data. We're not getting anything other than intuition. And I'm concerned for this. Like, Gerard's going to keep coming up here every other month, I feel like, with other special recommendations. I don't agree that this is the right way to go. We have to be methodical about this. And I'm not in agreement with this.
Thank you, Councilor McCalla. The next item on the docket is action item number 5926, which is a communication from the city manager. It is for a cooperative agreement with the Rhode Island Division of Statewide Planning for the Transportation Master Plan. I move approval.
I second.
Seconded by Councilor Taylor. So this item, the city has worked cooperatively with the Rhode Island Division of Statewide Planning to create a request for proposals for a comprehensive transportation master plan that reflects the city's background, history, and transportation needs. And the city recommends that the council approve the cooperative agreement between the City of Newport and Rhode Island Division of Statewide Planning for the purpose of funding the citywide transportation master plan. Is there discussion on the council? Councilor Leonard. Councilor Leonard, you're on mute if you're speaking.
Okay. I saw this and I said, glory, hallelujah. But I want to add to it that this has been on the city's plate probably since 1986, before my time, when the Foundation for Newport group was founded and funded. And those documents are still with the city because after tons of money, nobody did anything to implement them. They ran out of money maybe. But I had questions because we now have our city transportation committee, and this is wonderfully part of a cooperative agreement between the city and the Rhode Island Division of Statewide Planning to fund a citywide transportation master plan. I'm going to suggest that we look at Charleston, that we look at Williamsburg, that we look at Martha's Vineyard, and how they use a public transit shuttle system, which takes the traffic and vehicles off of residential streets. And I looked at the list of participants for the city's transportation committee, and I see segments and representatives from a lot of different organizations, including Bike Newport, Preservation Society, a couple of residents, a council member, and I went down the list, more than one council member, the Newport Historic Spring Group, and I don't know of the Discover Newport, and I don't know how our transportation group would feed into or have any input into what the consultants do. I would hope that we get the consultants and then we move through a public process to see how many people we can get, because it's a huge issue that has gone on for decades. So I would like to see as much as we've done with the North End Plan and others. This is a huge future for Newport to alleviate a lot of the traffic.
Was there a question in there, Councilor Leonard? I sort of.
Yeah, my question was, when it comes to the local transportation committee, I know they're an independent group of people, but the consultants, where will the consultants get their feedback? Would it be from our transportation committee, or will it be open to the public, which I also think it needs to be?
I believe, Ms. Reynolds, can you address that?
I'd be happy to address that. Thank you for the input. If you look in the scope of work in the proposal, there's a very robust public outreach component, similar to like what we've done for the North End Urban Plan. And we will, all throughout the planning process, we will incorporate public comment citywide in the development of the Transportation Master Plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McLaughlin.
I'm unmuted. Thank you, Councilor McLaughlin here. I just wanted to query, the state will be actually putting out the contract, and they've committed a certain amount of money, but what role will we have in selecting the contractor, the consultant? And I just want to make sure the state doesn't decide to spend $3 million on this task, and we have to spend, and they only giving us $180,000. So what kind of controls do we have?
Just the same kinds of controls that we had in preparation of the RFP itself. The state relied very heavily on the city, on our background, our information, and our opinions in drafting this RFP. It's very much representative of the city, and the state has to go through their rules and procedures for bidding, but there will be input allowed from the city on choices. We will also be providing funding for that, and we'll have a say on the ultimate selection of consultant.
Thank you for your answer.
Is there any further discussion on the council? I will add that we have the council was all sent a letter from the transportation working group that endorsed this action, and just want to make sure everyone was aware of that. And the only thing I want to say is that just echo what I think some others have said, that I would like to see us almost follow the same pattern and model that was set in place for the North End Urban Plan. I think that had a really good example of the type of wide-ranging public input that we can have. And I know that started with the meeting we had a while ago that helped draft the RFP. Councilor Taylor?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out that I think we all also received a letter from the Point Association in support of this effort, and also just to point out that there's a good representation of neighborhood organizations. I think the HES is represented in this group, and the Historic Hill Association, as well as the Point Association, of course. And yeah. That's all.
All right, if there's no further discussion, I will call the question. Councilor Segley?
Aye.
Counselor Leonard.
Aye.
Counselor McCalla.
Aye.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Napolitano. You can just give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. Thank you, Counselor Napolitano. Counselor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. The motion passes. The next item on the docket is action item number 5927, and it's a supplemental agreement to the sidewalk improvement program. And the total authorized amount would increase from 506,487 to 976,487. And it would increase the contract in the amount of $470,000. I move passage.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Taylor. Is there discussion on the council? Hearing none, I will call the question. Counselor Segley.
Aye.
Counselor Leonard.
Aye.
Counselor McCalla.
Aye.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Napolitano.
Aye.
Counselor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. The motion passes.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
There is a motion and a second.
Oh, Chris has something to say?
No, you don't, Chris. Counselor Segley.
No, I don't have anything to say.
No, I was asking the vote.
Aye.
Counselor Leonard.
I don't have my hand up.
No, I'm calling the vote, Counselor Leonard.
Aye.
Counselor McCalla.
Aye.
Counselor McLaughlin.
You said aye.
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 Counselor Napolitano.
Aye.
Counselor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Bova. Aye. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.